Okay, ding dongs. If you don't subscribe to Jeremy Ice and Fire, you're gonna spend the night in the box.
Aren't Cooey.
And welcome all to the episode 9 after show discussion. And here we are, folks. Here we are. Episode 9 is officially here, officially in the books. We have just finished watching it, literally just finished. And yeah, there's definitely a few things to unpack there, to say the least, good and bad, I think. But overall, definitely the highly anticipated cliffhanger ending. I think, I was definitely expecting some kind of cliffhanger. And we certainly got that at the very least. Very cliffhangery ending. But yeah, there it is, folks. The penultimate episode is here. And yeah, we're going to dive into it. Oh, you're on mute.
Sorry. I was reading. I love that the chat comes here as they're watching. So when you read the chat, you're getting like first reaction to what they're saying.
Live reactions,
And I was, I was reading
in the
their
chat
live
in the Discord, like for the Discord watch party, it has a live chat option, and it's just firing off with some of the coolest stuff during the watch party, where you get to see just everybody reacting live.
Yeah, and this one I'm gonna call it's polarizing because I'm seeing anywhere from amazing to not liking it. So that's what I'm seeing. Just on first reaction that you guys are having, it's polarizing. It's either really good or people are saying it's the worst. So yeah, this one's gonna be one where we're divided.
Which has been pretty par of the course, I feel, for most of season 4, where some of the episodes, or at least more often than not, has been a little bit kind of divisive, not divisive, but a little bit of a split fandom, with some people really liking it and some people maybe not so much. So yeah, I think it's to be expected that the penultimate episode is probably going to have another little bit of that. Like you said, we're seeing both in the chat already. We got a lot of people saying it's a really great episode, and we got some 5 out of 10s already. So definitely got both. Absolutely. And that's great. That always makes for the best kind of discussion, for sure. A lot of bones, lots of bones. We definitely got to see a lot of bones. That is for sure. We're going to take a look at that. We're going to take a look at just about everything. But what is up, everybody? Let us know your thoughts, your comments, your theories, your predictions. What did you guys like about episode 9? What did you dislike about episode 9? Let us know what you guys thought. We're going to dive in. I'm just going to pull it up, and we are going to dive right in, because one of the earliest scenes, one of the first scenes in the episode, is definitely one of the ones that's going to be very interesting to discuss. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing the chat's reaction, PM's reaction, everybody's reaction. And if you're watching this on the replay later on, let us know your thoughts in the comment section. But the episode started off pretty interesting with, let's see. Let me stop sharing that. Let's bring this back up. Here we go. Let's start over, shall we? All right. Episode 9. Fresh out. So 9. 47 minutes to calm before the storm. Okay. Here we go. Oops. Oh, is it not showing up on screen for some reason?
No.
Did MGM put a block on?
What happens when they block our only exit out of that signal?
Maybe they did.
Can you hear it?
I could hear it, but we can't see it.
Oh my God, did they? They better not.
I think they might have put a
They
block
better
on
not
it.
have. They better. Oh wow, that's crazy if they did. Do you have it on your end, the app?
I have the page. Let me try to see if I could share it.
Yeah, see if you can share it on your end. Yeah, they've never. I mean, that's the first time I've ever seen that happen. Let me shut the whole thing down and restart it. Maybe it's just a bad link, bad connection. Hopefully. All right. Here we go. Yeah, I've never seen that happen before. Usually, you can always share the screen from. Okay. All right. Let's try this again. Okay. All right. Looks like it is showing up now. Hopefully that was just like a little fucking glitch and it wasn't anything else. Let's see what happens when we actually try to play an episode, though. I guess that'll be maybe a different. Let's see. Episode 9, Calm Before the Storm. Resume watching.
I think they might have put a block on it.
They might have.
Yeah. Yeah, they did.
Yeah. They did.
Well,
wow, MGM put a block on sharing it.
That's we could
crazy.
do this since you could see it.
Unless
you could
it's
see
a
it
glitch.
I think they probably put a block on it. You know, if being the penultimate
weird for them
episode.
to just do that for episode. That's very weird for them to just do
try
that.
One of the other episodes and see.
Out of nowhere.
Okay, try one of the other episodes.
Yeah, I wonder if it's like maybe a server overload or something. Yeah. I think it might just be that episode. It might just be a server overload. Too many people trying to play it at once.
Yeah. We'll keep checking
might just
back.
be that.
But you could see it on your...
We can keep... Yeah, that one we could see. You know, let's see. Let's try another one. Let's see if this plays. So I'm watching. Yeah, it might just be that one episode because there's probably fucking hundreds of thousands of people trying to click on it at once right now. It just was released. So yeah,
but you could see it on your end, right, Jeremy?
So back to it. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
I could always see it on my end, just not.
We could go through the episode if you tell us, or I could pull it up and go one by one the scenes that we are talking about.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah. Yeah. No, if you can pull it up on your end, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just that one episode. Only happening with that episode. Wow. Yeah, it's got to be a server overload, a server issue. Probably tons of people trying to watch it. There we go. Awesome.
Okay.
Awesome. 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 All right. Perfecto. And you notice every time we see the man in yellow transform, they always turn him upside down.
Yeah.
Am I the only one that, and please be honest, chat, maybe I am the only one. Am I the only one that when this scene popped up, you didn't find yourself going like this to see what it looked like? I know I did. and it looked fucking creepy. It looks super creepy. I can't wait to reverse this video and throw it in one of my videos the right way up. It looks creepy.
Mm-hmm. It does look creepy.
It looked super creepy, even the right way up. All right, yeah. All right, here we go. All right, we got the episode.
Wait. Oh, yes, this is a recap.
Yeah, that's the recap. Yeah.
Okay.
Here we go. All right. Yeah, we'll start from the beginning if you want. We'll just go through it after we get through the recap.
Okay, here. So she tells him.
Yes. Yep. Episode starts off just like the episode 9 trailer started off, pretty much with Tabitha and Boyd in the sheriff's station. The man in yellow's back. At least this time, as soon as Tabitha saw the man in yellow, she instantly ran right to Boyd. So I'll at least give her some small points for that. Sometimes Tabitha kind of goes off before she kind of does the thing she should have done. Right away. But I think going right to Boyd right away is the smartest choice. Let him know. I'm glad that we finally have characters just instantly sharing information now. But it seems like this is the thing that Boyd needed to hear. The one thing that needed to push him over the edge to agree to Jade's plan, pretty much.
Yeah. I mean, she was upset that the man in yellow was in her house. And that the men in yellow had Ethan's drawings. However, she knew that the danger was around.
Yeah.
It's like, why are you waiting until it gets into your home? Ethan has been in danger all along. That's what Victor has been telling her. Like, Ethan is in danger. So now all of a sudden it's hitting her that it's real. So I'm glad that at least she had that breakthrough. And Boyd also, he is so desperate. He was pushed by the circumstances. He was pushed by the circumstance of his child and Fatima. So
he was. And you can see throughout the episode, Boyd is constantly put in a difficult position. Just about every storyline that Boyd is partially involved in, it's him kind of faced with some kind of difficult choice, whether it's him and Victor and him choosing to kind of grab and arrest Victor, everything, him and Fatima, everything is going on there. He's faced with all of these difficult choices. Yeah, I mean, at least if nothing else, he's now motivated. He's at least in the frame of mind now. He's like, we got to do this. Even if it does risk some lives, this is something that we have to do. But Jade also steps up in this episode as well. I feel like Jade steps up, super much in terms of offering to go into the caves just himself, just him and Tabitha, only them two. That's big. I mean, we were just talking about how kind of important they are. Like, they're the ones with all of this information. If they die, like, the whole plan is lost. So for Jay to offer for that, just them two to go in was very brave and a calculated risk. I think he made. I think he made this risk assuming that they would be safe if they got these bones up. I don't know. It's almost like he had that feeling inside of him, the way he described it, that the bones would keep them safe. I don't know. It was very interesting.
He does say that he knows. So he tells us that is a fact, that he knows this. He knows that the bones will keep them safe. He's like, I don't know how I know, but I know for a fact they will. So,
yeah, interesting feeling. He just kind of feels it inside of him. He's something about these bones are going to protect them. Man in Yellow turning back into Sophia again. I like the transformations on from. We've seen throughout horror and supernatural stuff, we've seen so many different versions of this. So many different versions of a human turning into another human, or a human turning into an animal, or another kind of beast, or whatever the case may be. Tons of transformations over the years of film and cinema. But I like this version. It definitely stands out. It reminds me a little bit of the Hemlock Grove version of how Peter turns into a werewolf, and how just unpleasant it is, how violent it looks, how painful it looks. It doesn't look like this easy transformation by any means. And I really like how they went that way with, the Man in Yellow, because we see the monsters, they kind of seamlessly transition from monster to human form really easy. But the Man in Yellow, he really has to kind of really kind of work for it, whether it's the spell, incantation, whatever kind of magic he's using it to transform. It very much looks painful, and I like that. It's different from your average just kind of snap of the finger and you change form. So this is much more kind of body horror maybe, but it's much more, it just feels much more realistic. Like if something like this was possible, it would be a painful process, not an easy one. Yeah, it looks very painful. It does.
I saw a lot of people in the chat were glad because they've had it up to here with Sophia. They're like, I'm so glad that at least it's painful for him. Yeah, at least it is painful. He's not getting away with everything, because it does seem like Sophia is getting away with everything.
It does. It does. And then, yeah, lo and behold, we do get Sophia back. And this was, heading into the episode, this was one of the things that everybody wanted to know. Everybody's talking about what's going on with Clara. Who is Clara? Is she Eloise? Is she this? Is she that? And in this episode, we found out that Clara seems to be just Clara, plain old Clara. But there's a bit of a kicker to it. Clara is indeed the freaking mole. She's been the mole the whole time. Made a deal with the man in yellow at some point during her time in Fromville, and has been under the man in yellow's thumb, I guess you could say, a sleeper agent. The best way to kind of describe her isn't so much a mole, but more of a sleeper agent, waiting for the man in yellow to come around and like activate her and call in that debt, call in that bargain. So mole, sleeper agent, whatever you want to call her, it's pretty much the same thing. But again, I don't know. I don't know if it was just me. Like, I really enjoyed episode 9. I want to say that first and foremost. I did enjoy this episode. But this was the one aspect of the episode I didn't enjoy, just because it just felt like fan service. It just felt a little bit like fan service. Like, this is like that big, huge fan theory that the whole fandom has been talking about since the very beginning. And all of a sudden, yeah, here it is. Clara really is the mole. Like, are you kidding me? I don't know. It felt a little too on the nose fan servicey for me, but the rest of the episode I liked.
Well, I do believe that we need to make a distinction here when we're watching the episode, because she was not a mole. So a mole would imply that she has been feeding him information or working for the man in yellow. And she has been doing absolutely nothing of the sort. So I wasn't blaming her so much up until recently what she did. So verbatim, Sophia says, do you remember the bargain we made when you first got here? And then we figure out that the bargain that was made was you're going to get to go home, right? But she's a dummy, a ding dong, like Jade would say. You've been there a long time, okay? When the Matthews got there, you had already been there a long time. So they just never got around to, like, rescuing you if you were making a bargain to go home. I mean, it's just, but anyway, no, it's not a mole. So she hadn't done anything bad until then. She says, remember the bargain that we made? I told you at some point I would call for you. So she hasn't called for her yet. This is the point that she was talking about. At some point I would call for you. So now she's calling on her and she's telling her, you need to give me your hand and you're going to help me by delivering this tea to Fatima. Clara is dangerously stupid. Clara is dangerously stupid. That's the only thing that I kept thinking. You're not going home. How many people have you seen that try to work out deals where they're going home and they never go home? So what is it going to take for you, Clara? You already saw Elgin. You already saw Sarah. You saw multiple people. So you have the benefit of knowledge. And you're still dangerously stupid, Clara. She still does it. She's like, fine, she gives her hand. And then the thing that bothered me, where I do blame this girl, Clara, the men in yellow, Sophia, did not need the information that instead of a group, it was just going to be Jade and Tabitha. But she is trying to get an A+. She's getting an A+ by going in there and saying, oh, some things have changed. I thought you would like to know. It's like, Clara, what the hell are you doing, you idiot?
Yeah. Yeah, it just felt fan servicey. Very popular fan theory, very, that everyone's been talking about from the very beginning. And I don't know, it just felt like, the writers had to be aware of that. They threw it in there anyway. I don't know, it just felt a little fan servicey, but I could be wrong. Just my personal opinion. But again, the rest of the episode, I really did like. I actually really did enjoy the rest of the episode. I thought it was a really good penultimate leading up into the finale. It was about what I was expecting, where, I wasn't expecting anything super, super major to happen, but definitely laying the groundwork for some interesting things to happen in the finale. I mean, again, it's kind of in the title with the calm before the storm. The storm is coming in episode 10, not this episode. But I did have a feeling we were going to get a cliffhanger ending, and boy, did we ever. Clara and Elgin are on the same level of stupid and naive. Yeah, Elgin definitely displayed negative level IQ in this episode as well with his little move, his little stunt. Again, sometimes these characters just make very foolish choices, like incredibly foolish, to the point where you do question whether or not they should be, in society, just freely walking around. You're very much worried about them. But Elgin, in this episode in particular, does stand out. Again, one thing I liked about Tabitha in this episode, and I know we've given Tabitha some criticism in the past, which is warranted. I know Tabitha is not everybody's favorite character, but one thing I really did enjoy about Tabitha in this episode is as soon as the man in yellow appeared, as soon as he revealed himself to her, she went right to Boyd. She's like, "Fuck, this is crazy. I got to go right to Boyd. I have to tell them." So I like that. I like that aspect of her knowing that she's stepping into something really big here, something she can't quite handle on her own. So she told Boyd right away. I would have loved to see some character progression from Elgin in this episode, where if he would have found that picture, I would have loved to see him go to Boyd or even Donna. Go to Donna, show Donna. I would have loved to see that from Elgin in this episode, but to see him just walk right up to Sophia like, "Hey, this kind of looks like you. What are you doing? Oh my God." Poor Elgin.
If I could, not poor Elgin. No, poor Elgin.
Oh, poor Elgin, man.
No, poor Elgin. No, poor Elgin. Okay, no. There are people in this world, you guys, chat. There are people in this world, maybe you know some, that are dangerously stupid. What do I mean by dangerously stupid? Maybe they mean well. Maybe they're doing the right thing. Maybe they're very naive, but they're dangerous to you to keep hanging around them, because sooner or later they're going to make a mistake that's going to endanger your life. Not because of malice, but just because they're ding-dongs, okay? Mm-hmm. So this is the case for Elgin and Clara. Clara has the benefit of knowledge, okay? The fact that she made this mistake, it's unforgivable.
Yeah.
She has the benefit of multiple people, doing the same thing, okay? So can't stand Clara, okay? Dangerously stupid. Elgin, you felt something. You think it's important enough to mention. Obviously go to somebody of authority. Don't go show the person that you suspect of doing something.
It's like, well, that's the thing. That's what makes him so foolish. It's not like he even suspected her of doing anything. He walks up to her with like a smile on his face, like, "Hey, this kind of looks like you."
Like, I mean, he had a face. He did make a face when he saw it. He was like,
like he recognized it, but like the way he approaches her all very nonchalantly. Like he said, like, "This kind of looks like you. What are you doing, Elgin? What are you doing?" And yeah, even Acosta. We know Acosta is actively investigating the man in yellow and everything that's going on. She's trying to figure out, the identity of this person. Yeah, even go to Acosta. Show Acosta this picture. Say, "Hey, isn't this a little bit weird? Does this not look a little bit like Sophia?" It just... it would have been nice to see Elgin head somewhere. But you're right. He's the kind of person that he makes himself a danger to everyone around him, even if he does mean well.
Don't hang around dangerously.
Yeah, this isn't even the first time. It's the second time, too. True.
Thank you, Lisha. These people, okay, I want you all to forgive my Sarah. Sarah didn't have the benefit of knowledge. She didn't have the benefit of history before her. She was the first. these people have the benefit of knowledge and they still made the mistake. Okay. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. That is Elgin. So at this point, if he dies because Sophia gets him, you know what, Sophia, get him. Get him, girl. I'm fine. I'm
Honestly,
fine. He's a problem.
honestly, I thought, I was like, wow, we're gonna see his death scene. We're gonna see him. He's gonna die right here. I thought we were gonna see him die right there. But I guess it'll be interesting to see what does she do. What is Sophia gonna do? Is she gonna kill him, or is she gonna do something else? I guess is the question. She instantly tells Clara, lock the door. Such like a mob thing.
And
To
the
do.
other idiot, Clara, she's like, okay,
It
I'll
just
go lock the
wobbles
door.
over
It's
and
like
does it. Yeah, I know.
the two ding dongs. The two ding dongs.
Two ding dongs.
Just not
Yeah,
lock the
well,
door. You guys could run away, Clara,
yeah,
you idiot.
yeah. And honestly, part of me wouldn't even be too surprised. Like we heard what Sarah even said in season 3, that she believes that this place targets, certain people that it thinks are, more easily manipulated. And the Man in Yellow / Sophia has been around for, Lord knows how long, and has seen how many countless humans pass through this place, has seen all variety of different kind of human personalities and human, IQ levels. So I have to imagine it's when Sophia or the Man in Yellow sees someone like Elgin, someone like, Clara, I get the feeling it's, those are the kind of targets that it goes for. People that it thinks are going to be a little bit more easily pliable, a little easier to manipulate because they're not going to resist so much, maybe because they're not super smart or for whatever reason. But I think Clara very much fits in that category, just like Elgin did. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's why they're targeted. Easily to control, easy to kind of get their hooks into. And I don't know. Yeah, how far will Sophia? How far will Sophia go before discover if they kill him? How will they hide it? That is the question. If Sophia has to kill Elgin here, then what do you do? How do you hide the body, or how do you set the body up to make it look like it was killed by a monster? Can you keep it quiet and keep it hidden until nighttime comes? Like, it's so many variables there. Like, if she were to just kill him outright in that diner, that'd be very difficult for her to kind of cover up. But I don't know. Yeah, again, it'll be interesting to see what she does. Let us know what you guys think in the chat. What is Sophia going to do to Elgin? What do you think, PM? Do you think this is his end?
I hope so. At this point, I hope so, because he is not an asset to the group. He simply is not. He's somebody that if you hang around long enough, somebody else is going to get hurt. Fatima already got hurt. We see the consequences continue. And so at this point, I hope that Sophia kills him, because we could do without. Also, we have been waiting for some of the characters to die. Take Elgin, take Clara, that's fine, but then we continue talking about characters who are not helpful and are not assets.
Yeah, these two right
so
here.
Yeah, we continue the episode, and then we get to see Christy, the mechanic, with Mario. We see how they have decided that the medical information that they have on Fatima, which is that she's not getting better, will not be shared with Fatima or Elgin or Ellis. I'm sorry. I think that is neglectful. I do not think that that's a good idea. You should probably tell Fatima and Ellis that, she doesn't look well, that she might be dead. This is information that you would want to know. I'm sure there's a HIPAA violation in there somewhere, because you don't go around telling everybody what is happening with her, but not her physically. She should know this, because then if she notices anything else or hears anything, she could tell you, oh, by the way, I think I am dead because I could hear things. Come on.
Yeah. I mean, again, sometimes you like to see some of these characters that are sharing information, going right to Boyd with things, and we're actually getting plans laid out and executed. And then you still have some of a little bit of the other, where maybe some things are being withheld. I mean, the Fatima thing is very interesting. Her heart rate is literally to the point where she should be dead. And we see in this episode, she is definitely not getting any better. She's not getting any better.
Yeah. And we get a kiss, and the chat has decided it's awkward. It looks awkward.
It's
And
a very honestly, it's a super awkward kiss. Like, it's super awkward. Yeah.
but I will say this. Christy has become a very cynical character. She is cynical, she is pessimistic, she's a Debbie Downer. Like, she is telling Boyd, like, oh, come on, Boyd, about all of this stuff. It's like, Christy, you have become so pessimistic and jaded, and yet nothing has happened to you. Everything happened to your patient, to people around you. Nothing major has happened to you,
No.
but somehow you're super jaded and pessimistic. She can go too. If you ask me, another character that can go, Christy can go. Christy's not
they
helpful.
they can both go, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah.
No, I like Mariel, but every time Boyd asks anything of Christy, she is so negative, dude. She's so cynical. She is giving him shit, and it's like, where did this come from, Christy? Because you were not like that. When your hair was long, you used to have a little bit of life, and you used to be a little happy, you used to help. And now, ever since she put on the mechanic suit, she has been so pessimistic, and it's hard to watch because there's no reason for it. Her parents didn't
They are
die.
hard to watch. They are tough to watch together. There's just no chemistry there. There just isn't. No chemistry. No chemistry. But yeah, I mean, not like, and I like what this is saying right here as well. Christy 100% should have told Fatima the truth, because with facts, people can make decisions with their lives. Again, this isn't something that is like a small thing here. This is Fatima's life. Like, who knows what's happening to her? Christy certainly doesn't know what's happening to her, that's for sure. But if anything, yes, you should tell her everything you know. You should tell her that, Fatima, there is something seriously wrong with you. You have a heart rate and a blood pressure that is well below human. You should not be alive, technically. That is something she needs to tell her. As harsh as that is to tell someone, you need to tell them the truth, especially someone like Fatima, who has just been through an incredibly weird supernatural fucking pregnancy, giving birth to one of these monsters. Like, if there's ever a patient here that has been subject to the supernatural side of things, it is Fatima. So you see something like this, yes, you got to tell her. You got to let Fatima know, like, hey, there is something seriously wrong here. You are not okay. But, Christy tries to take that decision away from her, I guess.
Also, medical neglect. She's all like screaming at Mariel, she's my patient. Like, you're nothing.
She's
She's my patient.
Yeah.
Go and sweep around, right?
Yeah.
So your patient literally told you last time, well, you're saying that everything's fine, but you also couldn't see the demonic baby last time, and you said everything was fine. And she goes, yeah, that's true. So you're doing it again, Christy. And this is where I'm saying that they are ding-dongs. I'm giving out the ding-dong label.
Ding-dong award.
Christy could get a ding-dong award because she already had a situation with Fatima, the same person, where she told her everything was fine, and it turns out everything was not fine. Now she's doing it again. She's being a ding-dong. She's not learning from her past mistakes. She sees that there's a problem with Fatima, and what she's doing is she's not telling Fatima again. And Fatima, she wanted to talk to Mariel. She wants to use this. And it might be what Boyd said. The time may come where all you get to decide is how you die. So you need to tell Fatima that information, and also Ellis. If Ellis has a limited time, if you have a limited time with Ellis, the love of your life, you probably want to know that you have a limited time with him,
No, yeah, I 100% agree. I like the Ellis point you make as well. Not just Fatima should know, Ellis should be informed as well. This is her husband. So no, I agree with you. When it comes to the the Ding Dong Award, we have two strong candidates. Award. The Ding Dong Award.
The Ding Dong.
The Ding Dong Award. But yeah, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what happens next. At what point is Christy going to tell Fatima? How much worse does this have to get before she does tell her? It's like she's already practically a walking corpse, a walking zombie in a sense. How much worse does it have to get? You know, come on. What's going on here, Christy? Tell her what's going on here.
Yeah.
This means Christy is going to die next. Maybe. Who knows? Who knows? Yeah, so Fatima, see Fatima pulling off her hair. Yeah, her hair's coming out. And again, this was happening for her even before she came into contact with Sophia's blood. But now that she's has consumed Sophia's blood as well, yeah, it seems like things are going to get a lot worse for Fatima.
Yeah, which talking about Sophia's blood, that is what follows. So in the episode, what follows is that we get to see that Sophia made a bargain with Clara. Yeah. So not quite a mole, but made a bargain and said, I'm going to send you home. Okay, you get to go home. All you have to do is that at some point I will call on you and you will, give me that favor, do something for me.
Yeah.
She then puts her blood onto Clara's blood so that she could put it in the tea. Now, this is where I'm having a little bit of trouble. I understand that we want answers. I do. I want answers too. But she sits there, Sophia sits there and says, you see, I love playing games. I'm playing so many right now. Yeah. It's like, it's not making sense that you're telling us your entire plan. Why are you telling us the entire plan the whole time? Yeah. Like, it doesn't matter for Clara. She is just a tool, just an asset. The way that she describes everything, like, no, why would I want to do that? She's answering the audience's questions as to why are you not stopping them from digging up the bones? And we're getting good info, but I mean, the delivery, it's coming off like supervillain sort of thing, like
comic booky villain. Yeah.
Yeah, all we need is a ha 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 sort of laugh, like
okay.
We need just something like it's just not. I mean, I'm sorry, I don't like the delivery. I would like to see it in a different way. But we did get to learn a couple of really interesting things. This place is built on ritual. So now we know that the place wasn't here. It has been built. So this place wasn't a town. It wasn't something that pre-existed. It is built. This place has been built on ritual. So the ritual caused this place to be born from. So that's very interesting.
Yeah. And could explain all the different time periods of things that we see in Fromville, from buildings and stuff, not all lining up just to one time period.
And also, so she says what they're trying to do, the bones, is not going to work because you have to do a ritual with those bones, just the same way that the place was made, it has to be unmade. So she's not concerned about the bones. She's like, that's fine, go dig up the bones. It doesn't matter because it's not going to work. There's a ritual involved and they don't know it. So now we have another piece of the puzzle. Jade and Tabitha must figure out what ritual they have to do with the bones. And maybe that's what we'll see coming up in the 5th season.
Yeah, so getting the bones is only going to be step one. There's going to be something that have to do with the bones and not just laying them to rest. This place was built on sacrifice, it seems, on ritual, a ritualistic sacrifice. And maybe that's what it's going to take to end all of this, which we have been kind of talking about for a while. A lot of you guys have been talking about that for a while. And yeah, it seems like maybe this is heading more into that direction potentially. Who knows? But one thing's for sure, they got the bones. They got the bones, but we're going to see what kind of cost that ends up coming. But we'll get to that when we get there. But yeah, Clara, infected with the Man in Yellow's blood, now is able to pass it on to Fatima. And I can only imagine the after effects it's going to have to Fatima. Is she going to start having hallucinations as well? And if so, what is Fatima going to start seeing? Or is Fatima going to be affected in a different way from the blood? Maybe she won't see hallucinations. Maybe something else will happen. We saw she started to lose her hair. It seems like the veins are getting a lot worse. So I don't know. I guess we'll see. But I think she's fucking screwed. I think she is screwed.
So then after that, we have, so that's a lot of info, and that's great. It's great that we have the information, but I'm glad that I'm not the only one that is finding the delivery of the
Yes,
information to
it
be
is.
very different from the From that we know. The
It
From that we know delivers information in a specific way. This delivery, I wonder if it was written in the script or if he has been delivering answers in a way that the audience gets verbatim the answer because
uh
of the complaints.
I hope
Because of
not.
the
I hope that's not
complaints.
the case.
So it just there's an contrast there with the From that we know and how they sort of communicate and with the way that Sophia communicates. There's a stark contrast. She comes
Mhm.
in, she's giggling through the whole town. Why they don't see it, that she's
Yes,
not mourning her father, that she's just walking down the street giggling,
she's
I don't
incredibly.
understand.
She's so suspicious. It's like, I mean, I get it that we're the audience, we have that bird's eye view, like we know who she is. But even when you kind of just like break it down and look at her as a human being, as a character, the situation that she's in, like you said, she just lost her father. She's acting incredibly strange. Like in every possible aspect, she's acting strange, not just in like a little bit of ways. In like every way, she's acting strange. Yet nobody seems to be picking up on it yet. So yeah, I definitely thought for sure by the time we would have gotten to episode 9, yeah, I thought for sure Sophia would have been, full on discovered. And she kind of was partially discovered, I guess you could say, in this episode with Elgin finding that photo. But Elgin being the numbskull that he is, he goes right up and confronts her instead of going to Boyd and showing it to him, or Donna and showing it to her, or anybody and showing it to them. Let's just go right to her. So yeah, it's
Mhm.
it's going to be interesting.
It's
But yeah,
gonna be interesting, but we just need her to be like, you see, the next thing I'm gonna do, she's looking at us. I believe, what was it? Snuggie said it best. She's breaking the fourth wall, and that's when I feel like, no, this is not the From that I know. Don't smile
it
at me.
it
Don't
does
smile
feel.
and let me in on the joke. I don't want to be in on the joke, Sophia.
No, I mean at times when she has these long dialogue scenes, at times it does feel like she's speaking directly to us as the audience, and Clara is just there as the stand-in. But yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll see. And I'm with you. I think there could have been a very interesting way to convey that Clara made a deal with the man in yellow. Show us a flashback. Show us a simple flashback of the circumstances under which Clara first met the man in yellow, why she made this deal, what happened, how he, that's a very simple scene to film. And again, sometimes showing the audience is a little bit better than just telling them. So I think that was something that they maybe could have done a little bit better. Quick little flashback scene. Let's see Clara and the man in yellow interacting, making this bargain. And then we, as an audience, have a much better context after seeing it instead of just hearing about it.
100% agree. I'm with
Yeah, it's a
Weston
lot of
here and with
telling.
you.
Yeah, it's a lot of
A lot
telling
of
and
telling and not showing.
yeah.
Um, And that would be the delivery that we're used to and From. There wouldn't be a stark contrast if they did a little bit more of that. Yeah, we want the information. That's why sometimes I question, is the fandom getting to him? Is he providing answers just like staring at us saying, you see, this is the answer and this is what I'm going to do next and that's what I'm going to do after that? Because people wanted answers so badly that season. So I'm just wondering that. Of course, I wish I could speak to the creator of From. But yeah, once again, we get Sophia walking around and she's saying, do you like games? I'm playing lots of games right now, but I need a
Mhm.
little push, right? That's where you
Yeah,
come in.
yeah.
I just question, this is just me questioning. When you're playing a game, because I suspect that the game that is being played is the oldest game of all time, the forces of good and evil. That is the oldest game in the history of humanity. you could find any story that has a game, and it'll be forces of good versus the forces of evil. Now, when it comes to the forces of good and evil, the game is not fun if you keep interrupting the game to rig the game, Sophia.
Yeah.
How much fun could that be? Even Satan doesn't do that, because the fun of it all is to see what people choose. Now, when she's telling them, I'm going to hurt you, Clara, if you don't do this, you might as well have grabbed her hand and slashed it and put it against you if you're going to do it anyway, under threat of hurting her. I just don't see how it would be fun for an entity to play these little games where she keeps doing things to rig them. You want to play a good game against, like a chess game, against somebody that is a tough opponent. But if they're so easy to rig, you could just, that means that she could have just killed them anytime she wanted. How fun is that?
Yeah, no, yeah, you bring up a good point. I mean, it seems like the man in yellow is, like you said, playing these games, enjoys playing these games, but yeah, they're not fair games. They are games that are being rigged. So yeah, it seems that the man in yellow enjoys the sport of it, enjoys the game of it, but only when the odds are vastly in his favor. And that is something you tend to see from people who stack the odds, who stack the deck in their favor. That's kind of how they view it. If you were, I think, if the man in yellow were ever to be presented with an even playing field in a certain regard, he might be a little bit nervous. But yeah, no, he is definitely rigging the game. That is for sure. We got a few super chats. We got from downtown 296. Thank you so much, my friend. Very much appreciate it. Why does season 4, episode 9 seem like it should have been season 3, episode 3? Again, there have been similar comments that we've gotten that, maybe the season, just in terms of the plot progression that we've gotten, when you look at from episode 1 to episode 9, that it probably could have been condensed and done in fewer episodes. When they first introduced this story of getting the bones, the storyline of picking up the bones and going into the cave, part of me was hoping, because they introduced it pretty early on in the season, or at least early enough, that I was hoping that was going to happen, and that wasn't going to be like the end-all be-all mission of the entire season. I was hoping that we were going to see Jade go down to the caves, somewhere around midway through the season, or episode 7, around there or so. Because usually, if you look at every season of From 1, 2, and 3, either episode 6 or episode 7 has always been a big episode. It's always been a turning point, kind of catalyst episode that sets the story up going forward. From Colony House Massacre, from the death of Smiley in season 2, every season, episode 6 or 7, something big happens. So I thought, okay, maybe we'll get this bone storyline done maybe midway through the season, and the season finale will build up to something a little bit bigger. I definitely didn't expect the whole season to build up to just the bone storyline. But again, one thing I was pretty surprised about in this episode anyway, was how much progress they did actually make. I thought they were going to maybe go into the cave at like the very end of the episode, and that's all we would see. Like, we wouldn't exactly see them in the caves until episode 10. So I was at least glad to see that we got to see them enter the cave in episode 9 and actually retrieve the bones in episode 9, even if it ends on a cliffhanger with them still inside the chamber. It was nice to see that the progress was made in this episode, where they set up the plan and they begin the execution of the plan all within the same episode, and that was satisfying to see.
Yeah, from downtown, thank you for the super chat. And you and me have been in sync from downtown. We have been in sync this season, because I feel the same. And listen, I love this show. I love the show. I am grateful for any little scraps that they give me. Give me anything, I am grateful. So I do love the show, but did it seem like the finales, the episode 9s that we're used to? No. And if you love something, then you criticize it with the truth, right? Because you love it so much. You don't want to see it go downhill. It did feel interesting, but it could have been maybe episode 7 or 8 of this season.
Yeah.
Not this thing. And I understand they did tell us this is the calm before the storm. So we were to expect that things were going to be calm. So who knows, how they work that in. But I really like what Justin here. I think that he puts it in a way that, it perfectly explains my sentiment. But Justin said the majority of the season is Sophia walking around, like giggling to herself and sneaking around, being nosy. Yeah, a lot of it was that. Sorry.
Yeah. No, and you guys, I mean, and I've been pretty, vocal about, the storylines that I've really liked in season 4 and the storylines I haven't really liked too much. And yeah, the undercover Sophia storyline just hasn't really been a favorite storyline of mine. And I see, a lot of people in the chat, saying that, the Man in Yellow was maybe a little bit underused in season 4. And that I would agree with. I feel like the season 4 could have used a little bit more Man in Yellow and maybe a little less Sophia. But that's just my personal, opinion. I know everybody's going to have their differences on what storylines they like. But yeah, the undercover Sophia storyline, it wasn't my favorite. It hasn't been my favorite.
Yeah.
And yes, Sarah has seen the boy in white. If we go back to the end of season 1, when Boyd and Sarah are in the woods and they're making their way towards the lighthouse, and Boyd's really starting to get worse. The rain's coming down. It's getting dark. The boy in white shows up and points them into the faraway tree. So that is the first and I believe only time that Sarah sees the boy in white.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And if we continue on the episode, the next scene that we get is once again, Henry is having this delusion of the perfect life where Victor is quote unquote normal. Yep. And this time, Victor is pointedly asking him, have you thought about what the doctor said? Dr. Boyd. Her last name is
Dr. Boyd.
And we know all the names because you talk about it all the time. We know.
Am I the only one? I want to ask you, PM, and in the chat. Am I the only one that when he said Dr. Boyd, am I the only one that was half expecting like Boyd to walk around the corner in like a doctor's coat, like he's like a doctor, like in. I don't know. As soon as I heard Dr. Boyd, I thought, oh, let me see Harold Perrineau walk around the corner with a doctor's get up on to even sell this kind of dream even more to Henry.
I didn't expect that, but I think it would have been cool. I think it would have been interesting to see all of our characters dressed like in a nurse's outfit, like somebody be the nurse, somebody be different things there. I think that would have been interesting. Now we see that Henry has become a meanie. He's a meanie because Victor, the real Victor, the one that is quote unquote not okay, finds him and tries to comfort him. Other than Patty, we see Patty Melt is getting some screen time. So she talks to Victor, to Henry. And we see that Victor, he's trying to help his dad, and his dad is so mean to him. Victor had the worst day, you guys.
The worst.
Victor goes the worst day, dude. He goes over to help his dad because let's begin his day, you guys. He goes over to visit his mother's grave.
Yes.
Boy in white is sneaking around in the bushes, okay? Not giving him privacy. Like he said, this is a private super creep. He has to deal with the boy in white in the bushes. He goes home. He finds that his dad is tripping and he's trying to help his dad. Like, hey, dad, like, let me help you, right? And his dad is like, no, I need time alone. Like, he almost wanted to say, stay away from me. And you see Victor's face. He is crushed.
Yeah.
He's crushed by the fact that it's like, I've been away from you for years, Dad. How could you say, stay away from me? That was very messed up. And then he gets arrested. And he ends up in jail.
Arrested. Poor Victor. Well, first he goes to Jade and Boyd and tries to convince them. Like, hey, no, I talked to the boy in white. He said this tree is very important. Like, we can't pull it down. And even when Tabitha hears this, the first thing Tabitha says is, well, we don't really know what the boy in white wants. So even she's not really sold that the boy in white is 100% trying to help them. And then, he gets arrested. Poor Victor.
Poor Victor. And then we get Tabitha talking to her children. Now, when Tabitha's talking to her children, she's letting them know that she's finally on board. Like, this is real, and I'm going to go get the bones. And now that she is the one that's on board, Julie has been getting high and now she's a cynic. She's been hanging out with Christy, the mechanic, because now she's very cynical about the whole thing. I did find interesting that she tells her mom, I thought that I was, story walking through time and that I could save Dad. Why didn't Tabitha say anything like, oh, that clicked something in my memory? She didn't remember any of that. I'm sure she has some info on that.
Yeah.
But she kind of just ignored it. The type of mom that Tabitha is, she glosses over that and she says, I was giving myself seizures. Instead of Tabitha saying, oh my God, Julie, I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were going through that. She just glosses over it. She's like, whatever.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, no, are you okay? Like, what were you doing? What were you thinking? Why would you do this? Why didn't you tell me sooner? She does. She's kind of just like accepts it. And it's almost like Tabitha's kind of just in her own head, kind of just in her own world, thinking about her thing and not really just like actually just seeing the look on Julie's face. Like you can just see it's written all over her face, like how kind of defeated she feels right now. I feel like if Tabitha were to actually just really look at her children, she would see how much they need there right now. So yeah, it seems like just as Tabitha is starting to believe in all this, Julie is really starting to lose faith in all of this story walking stuff. And it's almost like a silent cry out for help that her mom is just totally ignoring.
Totally ignoring. She glosses over that. Somebody in the chat said, Tabitha said, anyway, let's go back to me. So I'm going to go down there and get the bones. Don't worry. I'm being super brave. Anyway, her daughter just said, I was giving myself seizures like over and over. Like, you don't want to ask about that.
Me? Like, did you
don't
not
want
hear
to
me,
follow
Mom?
up.
I was giving myself seizures, I said. Do you not want to ask me any questions? Yeah, it was
exactly.
Pretty
but
funny.
also the wig is back. Okay, everybody was missing the wig. They said we need more wig. The wig was nowhere to be found on the last episode. Like we got no wig action. Here we got some wig. And that makes me happy. Cynical or not, that wig is fire. So I was happy to see it. And we got an up close shot at the wig, so that we could really tell that it's as bad as we think. There's no baby hair in there at all.
And look at that
baby
part.
hair.
Look at the part in that wig right down that middle. That is one of the most craziest. I feel like Moses parted that, like he parted the Red Sea on that wig right there. That is a part for the ages right there. Yeah, the wig has kind of become a character in and of itself. It's not even like Julie's wig anymore. It's like the wig is its own character.
It's our wig. It's our wig
the
now.
fandom's wig. Yeah, it's the fandom's wig. And it's been hilarious to see how creatively the fandom has used it. Good stuff. We also have Big Light for 2, who says, I had a feeling Sophia was here to stay. Yeah, I mean, looking at the, and this is where sometimes Rotten Tomatoes and IMDb can kind of be a blessing and a curse, where sometimes there's a little too much information on there. And yeah, it looked like Sophia was listed for 8 or 9 episodes, I believe, in season 1, maybe even all 10. I haven't checked in a while, but I believe it's at least 9. And yeah, so we had a feeling we're going to get a little bit, a lot of Sophia, and maybe we'll even get some more of her in season 5. Who knows? But I do hope that if we do get both of them in season 5, we get a little bit more of a balance between Sophia and the Man in Yellow. A little more, kind of spread it out a little bit evenly, because the cast, the fans love the Man in Yellow. It's just such an intriguing and interesting character. When in this episode we have that one point where Sophia threatens Clara. And says, if you don't do what I say, I'm going to hurt you badly. When she cuts open her hand and wants Clara's hand. If you don't do it, I'm going to hurt you badly. And you just hear her saying this to Clara, and it just doesn't quite strike the fear in the heart, as if that was like the Man in Yellow saying something, like sitting there with her and telling her, something like that, and his kind of Man in Yellow persona and his way of delivering dialogue and all of that. I just feel like it would have been a lot more menacing. It just wasn't very believable coming from Sophia. Like, oh, I'm going to hurt you really bad. It's just, I don't know. It just, it just doesn't sell as well, I guess you could say.
Yeah, I mean, I like the character. I love the actress, love the character.
Yeah.
But as a standalone, maybe as a sidekick, maybe she could have been a crazy religious person that the Men in Yellow utilizes, like Clara. He sells this idea to, like, I'm, a god, or I'm an angel. You have to go do these things. If we got Men in Yellow and then Sophia in the town causing havoc, that would be very interesting. Once again, I love the show. I'm grateful for anything I get. But the delivery, to me, if the delivery was different, I think it really could work.
Yeah.
Somebody said in the chat, it feels like these were answers that they were supposed to give us a while ago, and all of a sudden they're cramming them in all in one monologue. And it kind of felt a little bit like that. Yeah. Not gonna lie.
I mean, this is here we are into episode 9, and we've gotten some small pieces of information along the way. But yeah, you did wonder coming into these final 2, like, is it going to be like information overload going into these final 2 episodes where they're just going to kind of throw a ton at us, like they kind of did that in the season 3 finale, where all in that one episode we saw a lot. Jim's death, the Man in Yellow appearing, Jade and Tabitha finding out who they really are. Everything that's happening with Fatima finding out who the parents really are, the monsters, what really happened to the children. Like, it was like information overload towards the end of season 3, and it was all delivered through kind of exposition, not exactly through flashbacks or showing us or anything. So yeah, like you said, I do think, and I've always been a big proponent for this. I think the delivery is a huge part of it, where sometimes showing the audience just has a more profound effect than just telling them the answer. So no, I'm always a fan for show instead of tell. Like we talked about at the beginning of the stream with Clara, for instance. This would have been a perfect example. Instead of Sophia walking up to her and revealing herself into the middle of the street like that, which she could have. I would have loved to see the scene start off like that. And then as soon as Sophia puts her glasses down and Clara recognizes her, boom, we go right to a flashback. And we see that Clara made a deal with the Man in Yellow at some point when early on when she arrived in Fromville, instead of just hearing about it through being told. Again, sometimes the visual storytelling is a little bit better, just again for me. But I did enjoy this episode. I think the Clara thing was the only part of the episode I didn't like. The rest of the episode I did really enjoy. I thought this was actually one of the stronger episodes from, everything after the Clara thing was really strong for the most part, at least for me anyway. I did enjoy it. This was an interesting one. But yeah, let us know what you guys think as well in the chat. But yes, thank you so much, McLight, for the $2. And yeah, again, it looks like, Sophia was going to be here to stay for sure. We got From Downtown again for another 5. Thank you so much, From Downtown. Why did it take till season 4 for Tabitha to examine the talismans? And yeah, again, we did kind of get that answer, I suppose you could say, in this episode, or at least very much heavily alluding to the answer that the original Tabitha created the talismans. Tabitha's sitting there on the porch. She's looking at these talismans, trying to figure out, where do they come from? Why can't I remember? And then all of a sudden the children show up and seems like they were pointing to her. And I think that was them trying to give Tabitha the answer that you are the one who created these. These came from you. And that is what they represent. That is what these 2 figures represent on these talismans, the original Jade and the original Tabitha. So I think, if nothing else, it seems like we're maybe getting the origin of the talismans.
Yeah. I don't know who made them, because I don't think that they told us, right? But she can read them. She could read that it's a reminder of the ritual that they're supposed to do. So I totally agree with you, From Downtown. She never once looked at it, but also Jade, because Jade has more memories than Tabitha. Tabitha, she hasn't gone through the journey, right? So it is Jade who has more info, and he hasn't looked at the talisman. He says, you know what, you're right about not wanting to lose people. That's what Jade says. So I'm gonna go. I think it should be me and Tabitha, because this is how it all started. But it's like, Jade, you didn't look at the talisman. You probably could have remembered. Also, now that there's a ritual involved, why didn't Tabby tell Jade, by the way, there's a ritual involved? Should we maybe think about what that ritual is, or are we just digging up the bones?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. You know, now that we have the bones, what is step two? Because again, we've had a feeling that just putting them to rest, simply giving them a burial, isn't going to be the end all be all answer. But some kind of ritual with these bones that really puts the children to rest, that could be an option. And I 100% agree there. But yeah, you're right, 100% from downtown. How come it's taking them this long to examine the talismans, and not just the talismans, but other aspects of the town and Fromville as well? Now that they do have this other perspective, now that they do know there's other stuff buried inside them, they should be poring over every aspect of this place to see what it shakes loose, really. Talismans included, and everything in between. So yeah, I agree with you, my friend. I agree with you. And we got one more from downtown as well for another 5. Thank you so much from downtown. Very much appreciate it, my friend. No slate to the episode. I enjoyed this one more than anyone I've ever seen. Period. Hands down, best episode to me. Awesome from downtown. Love it. Yeah. Again, this was one of my. This was one of the better episodes for me too in the season. Again, even if I didn't really enjoy the Clara kind of thing, because it just felt a little too fan servicey, like Clara was the mole the whole time. Like, even though she wasn't a mole, she was more of a sleeper agent than anything waiting to be activated. But it just felt a little fan servicey to me. So apart from the Clara thing, I loved the rest of this episode. I thought it was a really solid episode. Seeing Jade and Tabitha go into the caves, I didn't think they were going to get that far. I had a feeling we might get some kind of cliffhanger ending, but I didn't think they were going to get as far as they did in terms of already having the bones up, being in the chamber, and then boom, the episode ends with the monsters right at the doorway. So now they are at a bit of a conundrum. Now they have to really rely on Jade, this feeling that Jade had inside of him being correct, that these bones really will keep them safe. Because Donna had a point. If they pull that tree out, that's essentially creating an opening. All of a sudden, you're not in an enclosed space anymore. That's as good as opening a door or opening a window. The talisman won't work anymore. So yeah, hopefully those bones will work. And it's going to be very interesting to see if they can even get the tree out, that is. Which
but
they probably
aren't they going there during the day?
Yep.
So Donna says if you take the tree out, that's like opening a door, right? But it's during the day. Shouldn't the monsters be asleep?
Yeah, but they're awake. But they're awake at the end of the episode.
Can they hurt them during the day? I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, they're underground. They can wake up during the day. They're underground in the caves during the day. Like, can they hurt them during the day? I don't see why not. Again, if they can even hurt Jade and Tabitha to begin with, part of me still wonders if Jade and Tabitha are protected in some kind of way. And maybe that's another benefit for just them two going down there. But I think they'll make it out. I mean, you can't kill Jade or Tabitha off at this point. There's still way too much to do. So I do think they'll both make it out. I guess it's really just a matter of how they're going to make it out at this point. But yeah, no, it is during the day, but it does seem like the monsters are awake. They're right at the doorway. And it seems like they're not very happy for what Jade and Tabitha are doing. We hear the cowboy say, you shouldn't be doing that. So it definitely doesn't seem like the monsters are too happy with them taking the bones.
No, but I also didn't sense this fear. I know that it was Jade, I believe, who said they're afraid of the bones.
True.
And so I expected them to kind of hear what they were doing and get away from it, because they put this giant slab on top of the bones. But they didn't seem afraid. They didn't really seem fazed by the bones. So I was wondering, Jade, are you sure that they're afraid? Because they sure look confident.
Right.
What I did like is that when they're trying to move the slab, Jade finds a way to be funny. She's like, oh my God, this is hard. And Jade says, yeah, it's a giant rock slab. Of course it is. Like, it's going to be difficult for us to get these bones, girl. Like, come on.
Yeah. And one thing that was interesting, when they went in there were no stones. Yeah, no stone slabs. We're used to going into that place, seeing the 7 stones in a circle, the little tomb in the middle. We saw the cages that the Onkui children were kept in were down there. And I also noticed something interesting in this episode about the Onkui children themselves. The Onkui child that stepped forward at the end of season 3, the one that kind of stepped forward in front of the rest and kneeled right in front of Tabitha and said Ankui. She wasn't there. The actress that played that Ankui child wasn't here. We had 7 completely all new actors playing the Ankui children in this episode. All 7 completely new. And I know you and I were wondering if the one that stepped forward in season 3, if that was Jade and Tabitha's daughter. Again, one of these Ankui children are the daughter of the original Jade and Tabitha. And we were wondering, or assuming even, that the one that stepped forward, the one that kind of, like you said, kind of fixes her dress, kind of kneels down, smiles, gives one final Ankui. We were wondering if that was the actual daughter, the daughter of the original Jade and Tabitha. But it seems like they didn't bring that actress back, or maybe they weren't able to get that actress. But these 7 Ankui children were definitely different, because I had to stop and look a few times to make sure. I'm like, wow, she's not here.
Was there one that resembled her? Because
Not
I'm with the
really.
chat here. A lot of them are saying maybe she aged out of the role.
She
We
could.
know.
Yeah.
We don't want to see a
She could
6-foot tall like little girl, just like
The
Boy in
original
White.
Dusty kids are in college now.
Yeah, the Boy in White can hide in the bushes, but when you're a Dusty, like what does the boy call them? Spooky kid or freaky kid?
Creepy ass kids.
A creepy ass kid, you're gonna have to walk around. You're gonna have to be seen. You can't be in the bushes like Boy in White. So if they got older, yeah, it would make sense that maybe they replaced them, and that's fine. I could pretend that it's the same actors. I could pretend with Boy in White too, if I'm honest. If they want to change him on season 5 and he goes back to being a little boy, I'd be okay. I love him though. Love him.
I would be okay. I mean, it is kind of funny at this point. Do you know what they're doing? The tree's important. You can't let that happen.
I told you. I told you.
I told you. The tree's important. You can't let that happen. Man, his voice got deep. But I also want to bring up this, and I also think this is always something to keep in mind, or at least it's always something that I try to keep in mind, that there is always the slightest possibility that maybe this is all wrong. Like maybe everything that Jade and Tabitha are seeing, again, I tend to think that it is the real deal. I tend to think everything Jade and Tabitha have remembered, the reincarnations, I do lean a little bit more that it is true, but I always kind of have that in the back of my mind, like, is there the smallest possibility that maybe it is all one big lie? It is just all Fromville playing a trick on them or something else. I always have that kind of thought in the back of my mind. But again, I feel like there's a lot more evidence pointing to the reincarnations, just based on what we're seeing on the show anyway, from the points that we've gotten, the scenes that we've gotten. I feel like it points in that direction a little bit more, that it is real. But this is always something I keep in the back of my mind just in case.
Yeah, it could be. They could surprise us, pull an M. Night Shyamalan twist and say, there was no kids, everything is fake, and everything is a make-believe story. We told you so. So that would be really interesting. But we keep going on the episode, and we have Clara. She's malicious now. She wasn't malicious when she was just trying to not die.
Yes.
But now that she is offering information and she's going the extra mile of making sure that she drinks it, she's malicious. Clara, no justice for Clara. I was rooting for you, girl, to be a good girl.
You were on Team Clara. You were rooting for her all season, all series. You've been rooting for her.
Because she seems like such a sweet girl. I was rooting for you, Clara. You let me down. You're malicious, a malicious little conniving little snake. But she makes Fatima drink it. She's like, yeah, I know it tastes bad, but I need to make sure that you drink it. Fatima's too nice. Fatima is way too nice, because I would be like, I don't care. This place doesn't have real ingredients. I don't know what you put in here. A rock, some random herbs that you found in the bushes. Like, I'm not going to drink this. She's way too nice and way too trusting. But either way, she drinks it. What's really interesting is that from now on, whatever happens to Fatima, we will not know if we could attribute it to reality, like it's actually happening, or the blood, the Menengelos blood.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what happens, when we get these kind of these hallucinations, these dreams kind of introduced, especially through something like this. That's always the interesting aspect to it. Is it real? Is it a hallucination? What's going on? What's causing it? I'm looking forward to seeing how this is going to manifest for Fatima. Is she going to exhibit the same symptoms as Henry? Like, will she also start hallucinating, or will it affect her in a different way? Did Sophia put her blood inside Sophia, hoping or knowing that it would affect her a different way? Is there a different spell that Fatima is under in some way? But I don't know. I guess that's what I'm looking forward to seeing. How is this ultimately going to affect her, and will it even be similar to how it affected Henry?
Yeah.
But next, yes, we have the appearance of again. He's not the boy in white anymore. He's legit the teenager in white, or the young adult in
The
white.
man. He's
The
a
man in
man
white. He's gonna have a full-on beard in season 5 at this rate.
hiding in the bushes.
Hiding in the
The thing,
bushes,
it's so funny to
creeping.
me. He walks up. He's
Yeah,
walked up before. He's
yeah.
like gotten closer. So it's not
Why
that
is
he
so
has to
far
stay
away?
away.
Why is
Why
so
is
far
he
away?
hiding in the bushes?
Mhm.
They're hiding him in the bushes so that maybe we could pretend, and they're not showing us his feet. Look at the way the camera has chopped them so
Yeah.
that we don't see his feet and we could pretend that he's little. He still
So he
looks
looks
super big,
shorter.
dude.
Yeah. So he looks smaller than he is, maybe. Yeah. I mean, I suppose there's a possibility that he's trying to give Victor his space, that knowing that Victor is at his mother's grave. But if that was the case, you'd think that he'd wait until Victor left his mother's grave before popping up to him. But yeah, just kind of creeping in the woods, like 20, 30 feet back behind a little bit of brush. Fucking teenager in white. What can you do? But at least, the theory that many of us have been discussing in between episode 8 and 9 after we saw the trailer seemed to be exactly what we thought it was, that the boy in white is showing up and telling Victor about what they're planning on doing, about pulling out this faraway tree, and how Victor needs to stop them from doing it. So again, pretty much what we thought it would be.
And it does seem like I really like what you said. So he says it's important, but he doesn't
Yeah.
tell them why it's important, right?
Yes.
And I really like what you said, like that might be the door.
The ultimate
I
door.
like it because I feel like it's so ironic, right? That's the door that they could exit out into the real world once they do the right ritual. So you're getting the bones, which is something you're going to need. You'll do the right ritual, but you knock down the damn
And then you
door.
won't have the
So
door to get home. I
you
know.
can't go home because you knocked it down. That would be hilarious. I like that idea.
No, I do too. I think it would be an interesting kind of cosmic irony, right? Where they do all these things, they do all these steps, right, to finally get home, only to realize that once they complete this quest, that was supposed to be their doorway home. That was supposed to be how they get back to the real world, and they just completely blew it up. Very, very much would be disappointing. And what about the lighthouse? Again, we have seen that Tabitha, at the very least, the boy in white sent Tabitha home through the lighthouse in some way, some mechanism, being pushed out of the window. Next thing we know, Tabitha ended up in the real world. Again, that's another thing that we really don't exactly know how it happened. From A to B, did Tabitha fall through some sort of fucking portal or something while she was falling from the lighthouse? Like, we just don't have enough information as to how she ended up from A to B. But I don't know. Part of me always wondered that if the faraway trees, that was going to be their ultimate kind of purpose on the show, that they would eventually be the way out for everyone once they complete the quote unquote quest. But the lighthouse
Yeah.
could still very much be in play as well.
Yeah. I'm just thinking that tree, knocking down the tree, doesn't seem like a good idea.
No.
The man in yellow is allowing it to happen. So that tells me if he's co-signing the plan, it's probably because he's thinking this is not going to work. You're doing more damage than good. You're doing more damage than good. That is why he's allowing it to happen, because the tree is important and they're kind of doing the work for him. They're yanking the tree out. So they're doing more damage than good.
Well, Annie's sabotaging it a little bit. Sophia is sabotaging it just a little bit. There's that one scene when Sophia offers to go help everybody make the rope. There's one scene where she grabs that knife and she cuts the rope that they're making a little bit just to make it a little bit weaker, and most likely in hopes that it'll snap when they're trying to climb out. So she's adding a little bit of sabotage into it by sabotaging the rope. I don't know. I think it's going to be, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if it holds.
All I have to say is, like, you're an ancient entity. Is that all you got? Is that all you got? You're an ancient entity, and you're like pulling out a knife. Like, she's not doing anything I couldn't do. Give me a weekend from, I'll go raise hell. We could do that. But you know what? With the rope, we see Acosta there. What I'm hoping is Acosta's very intelligent. If you give her a task, I'm sure that she would do it very well, and she would double check that the rope is good. Is she going to? Who knows? But that's what I would do. If people's lives are dependent on a road that I'm making out of pieces of t-shirt that I'm cutting up, I'm probably going to like test it. I'm going to go through every single thing, because I'm not the one building it. It's randos like Sophia. So I'm going to test that they did it correctly. Not even for malice, just for inability.
Just to be safe. Absolutely. Like you said, this is an incredibly makeshift ladder that they're making with shirts and old flags. Like, they pulled down the flag, and who knows how long that flag has been up there. Who knows how much strength is in that flag. I mean, even with Sophia not sabotaging the thing still could fucking fail on its own. So I think at the very least, you test it out. You test it out with the weight of 2 people, see if it holds, and then if you're good, you're good. But
are they gonna do that? Probably not, because
that's real world problems. That's not TV show problems.
That's thinking problems. But then we get my favorite scene, and I can add to my theology of From.
This was a good scene. Boyd just one-on-one.
And he gives an opener. So he's back at the church. We have seen him a couple of times at this specific church, and it always happens around the finale. If you notice, last season, it was around this time that he goes into the church, and he's just, kind of falling apart. I can add to the theology of From, because Boyd walks in. I mean, this man, I'm telling you, this man has guts. He walks in and he says, I don't fucking like you. I've made that pretty clear to God. This is what he's saying to God. Like, I'm just here for Ellis, for my son, and for Fatima. Please don't do this. And I found that super, super interesting, because what Boyd is telling us is that he is not a religious man. He doesn't like the version or the theology of the God that we have been given, right? And he blamed God. He said, please don't do this. Usually when people believe in the forces of good and evil, they will put everything bad on this Satan-like creature, everything good on this holy God creature, entity or light of sorts. Boyd doesn't do that. He is saying the same person that it is doing all the good things is also doing the bad things. And he's begging him, please don't do this, because he feels that it is God who is doing this to them. I thought that was really interesting.
No, and I did too. And one thing that I thought was, just as interesting as he added to it, after he says all that, he says, whatever plan you have for me, I accept it. I'll take it. And that just tells me, it's like, even though, like you said, he has this beef with this person, I think that's, who knows where it started, but I definitely think, the death of Father Cautry played a pretty big part in it. And we saw that, that first really good scene we get of Boyd in the church after Father Cautry dies, and he's kind of telling him, he's like, he believed in you, he believed in you. Look at what you did, kind of thing. And now here we see Boyd in a similar kind of tone, but I love that aspect of he's kind of acknowledging, he's like, I know you have some kind of plan for me. I don't like you, but I accept whatever kind of plan you have for me. But let me save these people. Help me save these people. It's this idea of him making this bargain with a God that he necessarily doesn't really like, but knows, is hoping that is listening at the very least. And I thought that was super compelling, that even though he doesn't believe, he's not a super fan of God, he's at least kind of saying, I'll accept whatever fate you have for me. Just help me save these people. Let me get these people home. Let me get Ellis home. Let me get Fatima home. And that takes a lot of strength to kind of just, kind of go forward at something like that. And, just accept that, or at least think that you're accepting this fate that someone has laid out for you, and you're willing to accept it if it means getting your people home. That takes guts on Boyd's part.
Yeah. He says, I've made peace with whatever plan you have for me.
Yeah. He's accepting it.
To me, what that meant is a belief that there is no choice. I have no choice, and I've made peace with whatever it is. I don't even have the choice to say no, because whatever plan you have made out for me, that's probably what's going to happen. There is no fate. There is no choosing whether I do it or I don't. You have a plan for me, but please don't do this. I just thought, wow, that's super powerful, because he is calling upon this deity that is supposed to be all good and blaming him or her or it for what is happening in front. And I thought, I'm of a similar theology when it comes to religion. I ask those questions. Like, if you're all good, you created everything. That means you created Satan. That means you created hell. That means you created everything bad. But it gets really complex. I did like that Boyd expresses himself when it comes to religion on the show, because as you know, religion is a very touchy subject. Very touchy subject. And John Griffin has been able to write into the show moments like this of religious questioning. Yeah. So I like that he has done that. He has a lot of guts, because, like I said, religion is a touchy subject.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think he's integrated it pretty well, for the most part. And I think he's portrayed a pretty interesting and very complex relationship that Boyd has with God throughout the series. And I think it's been very compelling to watch this back and forth between these two titular kind of figures, kind of bargaining with each other almost, in a sense. It makes for a compelling scene. My only gripe is I wish it would have gone on a little bit longer. I feel like it was just starting to get good, and then Sarah fucking walks in and he has to kind of stop. Like, he was really delivering some super good dialogue there until she opened the door. But yeah, really good scene. Really good scene.
Yeah, it's my favorite scene of the episode.
Yeah.
Very compelling. And then we get to see what the spooky children were pointing at. And it turns out, if Tabitha needed to be said any more clear, they couldn't have made it more clear.
Right?
They're pointing at her. They're like, listen, you're going to try to get out of this because we know how you are, Tabitha. Yeah. So they're pointing right at her. They're like, do you get the message?
Now do you get it? It's you. It's always been you. It's always been you and Jade, even right there on that talisman. And I thought that was interesting. And again, it's an answer. That is a legit answer that we have been waiting for a very long time. Where did these talismans come from? And I do think that's what this scene is telling us, that the original Jade and the original Tabitha created them. So no, it was nice to get something like this, where it was kind of pointed out to us, but it was a scene nonetheless. A scene that wasn't delivered with dialogue. A scene that the young Kui child didn't walk up to Tabitha and say, hey, you created this talismans. They showed us. They didn't have to tell us. And I appreciate that kind of form of storytelling. So yeah, I was cool with this.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not ready to sign off on who created the talismans, because I think it could be either fine. Or, who knows. But I did like that the children are kind of singling her out. They haven't done that to Jade. If you notice, they're kind of drawn to Tabitha. They're drawn to asking her and questioning her and showing up to her. And the pointing of the finger, while it seemed, yes, like they were helping, it also seemed a little dark. Like, could they be singling her out as, you are at fault? Because that's what it felt like to me. Like they are pointing the finger at her and they are highlighting you are at fault for something here. You have to go down there. It has to be you. It
Okay.
didn't feel super warm and cuddly.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, no, it didn't. But I mean, they very rarely do. I mean, every time that was one of the things that creeped Tabitha out at the very beginning. She felt like it didn't feel. She didn't get a good feeling from when they showed up. And maybe that is speaking to something deep inside of her subconscious, something that she maybe is guilty of. Like we have also talked a little bit about the original Tabitha. Maybe there's a little bit more to that story, that it's not just as simple as they tried to save the children. Maybe there's a darker kind of origin to it in a sense. So no, I think that's a possibility. Again, I mean, I think that if the symbol on there represents the original Jade and Tabitha, I think there's a good chance they created it. But yeah, there's also a possibility that whoever created it just put them on there because they were the originals, and maybe they weren't the ones that created it. So that's possible too. And yeah, these Ankui children are beat the fuck up.
These are different.
These are way different. They're all different. Yep, all different.
There was a little cuteness. Okay,
Yeah.
to the other spooky children, there was a little cuteness to them. Yes, they were dead, but they were a little cute. You know, there was cuteness. This one, look at her nails. Look at her nails. This one is spooky. They have made them extra spooky now. They didn't used to be the spooky.
Yeah. They are extra spooky, extra veiny, extra just creepy in general. And yeah, like you said, just seems to be all new actors, which again isn't something new. That is something that they have kind of consistently do. If you look at the Ankui children that we get at the end of season 2 during Jade's vision, when he first sees them laying on the slab, it's different actors than we get of the Ankui children in season 3. So it's, you know, again, like the chat was saying earlier, it could just be availability thing mixed with aging out. Kids this age, they grow super fast, so they might just have to keep recasting these Ankui children. And since they're, you know, they're all kind of have these traits of being messed up, it's it's easy to kind of suspend your disbelief when they recast them. But yeah, new kids.
Yeah, super. I like the way you say they were super veiny. They were extra veiny.
Super veiny.
It kind of reminded me of Fatima's stomach with those veins.
It did. Yep. 100%.
But that is the word here in the chat. Yes. It seemed accusatory. It seemed like accusatory and not just saying, you, mom, we want you to go down there, mom. It seemed like you know what you did.
You know what you did.
You better be down there.
Deep down in your subconscious, you know what you did. No, I can totally
go get us.
Yeah, I could totally see that, definitely. Because again, I feel like there has to be a little something more to it than the original Jade and Tabitha just trying to save the children. One of their children was actually sacrificed, so there has to be a little bit more to that story. And I think we'll come to find out that they're maybe a little guilty for something. But yes, Victor, good old Victor. Like you said earlier, Victor's having a day. Victor is having a day of all days. One of the worst days he's probably had in Fromville in a while. For everything that happened to him earlier with his being at his mother's grave, worrying about his father, worrying about Eloise being alone. And I know we talked a little bit about that scene in the pregame show because that was the preview scene that we got to see before the episode premiered. But just to touch on it briefly again, seeing the full thing, I love Scott McCourt's acting. The guy is just so good. And seeing that first instinct he has when he realizes that that Miranda is now Tabitha, worrying that maybe Eloise is now alone now. It just speaks so much to the kind of person he is. But then of course it gets even worse for him as he tries to stop the faraway tree from getting yanked out of the ground, only to get fucking arrested. Like, you got arrested in Fromville and literally thrown in the tank. This
Acosta did too. It does happen. This never happens. It happened to Acosta too. There's two people who have been legit arrested in Fromville. In order for you to get arrested in that place, you have to be acting.
You gotta shoot up the place. You gotta shoot up the fucking place, pretty much. Yeah.
But this scene was hard to watch.
It was so hard to watch.
Him at the grave was fine. I was like, okay, I could get it together. I could pull it together because he always makes me, emotional.
Yeah.
He was the way that he was screaming. If you notice, when they're doing it, Boyd keeps telling him in the nicest voice, but yet he's still doing this. He's like,
as he's
I know, Victor. He says, I know, Victor. I know. I know, buddy. I know.
I know.
Like he's telling him, I understand what you're saying, buddy, but we're still gonna do it. But he's saying it in such a nice voice. And Victor screaming. He's just like doing these screeching screams.
Yes.
And I just felt so bad because he was doing these screams that tell you that he's not in a good mental place.
Yeah.
And he wants to do the right thing. And
Yeah.
seeing them manhandle Victor,
Yeah.
Victor's very tidy. He's very nice. He's not aggressive. So
No.
seeing them put him on the ground and manhandle him and him crying, he was almost like crying, halfway crying,
Yeah.
and trying to tell them it's important, it's important. It was hard. This one was hard to watch, yeah.
Mm. No, it was, and again, it's another testament to the brilliant acting of Scott McCord, if nothing else. But yeah, you genuinely felt for him. Like you see him, you know, he's doing everything he can to try and get through to them, to tell them, hey, no, the boy in white told me not to pull this tree out. And Victor holds the boy in white in very high esteem. If the boy in white says something, it must be super important. So you see Victor, this, you know, he's doing everything in his power here to try and get them to listen, and then physically stop them when they won't listen. And then, yeah, you just, you know, you see Boyd run up behind him and grab him, and you see how Victor reacts. It's just, yeah, it's a sad scene. You know, you feel for him, you know, and again, Boyd he's trying to do it as nicely as possible, but he's still locking him up at the end of the
like,
day.
I know, buddy. I know, buddy, but I'm going to throw you. I'm going to throw you in the
throwing you in the
penitentiary, buddy.
Yeah, he's still going to the drum tank. But yeah, it was very compelling scene, if nothing else.
I like what Bill Chill is saying here, Jeremy. That actually is a great point.
That's a good point as well, maybe.
Because his daddy is getting crazy.
Yeah.
His daddy is looking at him and being super mean.
Yeah.
He's on one and he's super mean. So he's not getting treated right. And we know that they room together. They're roommates, remember? They let us know that specifically so that we know that he's in danger. And he also, Henry says, how do I do it? Remember, in this episode, Henry actually says, how do I kill him? Yeah. He is actually questioning, how do you want me to kill my son? With my hands. He says, with my hands. And I thought, oh my God, please don't kill Victor with your hands, because that's a very personal.
God. That's so personal.
That's a personal killing. Imagine poor Victor. He's so traumatized. He waited for his father for so long, only to see his own father like smother him or come at him. That's just horrible. That's horrible. So I'm glad he's in jail. At least in jail, Henry can't get to smother him, right?
This is a very positive byproduct of Victor getting arrested. As tough as it was to see our pal Victor get arrested, yeah, I mean, maybe this is the thing that ends up saving him. Who knows? Very true. Yeah, he gave Victor the good old bear hug, maneuver to subdue people having meltdowns. It is, yeah, the bear hug, very standard procedure in these situations. Absolutely. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's going to be interesting to see. Will Henry be able to get to Victor now? I don't know.
Oh my God, look at his face. Look at his poor little face. He doesn't deserve that.
No, poor Victor, man. Victor, who survived horrors for about 40 years in this place, and they still don't trust him. If someone knows how to survive, it is him. And that is one of the things that I keep seeing in the chat over, every once in a while as well, where they feel like Victor maybe isn't getting the respect that maybe he should. And I totally understand. I definitely get that sentiment. Again, like you said, he has been here the longest. He's survived here the longest, and he survived decades here with no talismans whatsoever. Just his freaking wit and his basic instincts to survive, and a little bit of help from this mysterious boy in white, who I imagine probably wasn't with him a whole fucking lot. So yeah, I mean, Victor is the ultimate survivor. Like when I see him, yes, you see the trauma, you see the guilt, you see the fear, the loneliness, and everything that has shaped who he is. But I also see a survivor when I look at Victor, someone who has survived things that most people probably could never dream to survive as long as he had. So yeah, I think in terms of how long he's been here, how much he might actually know, yeah, maybe they should listen to what he's saying a little bit more, especially if he's this adamant about something, which we don't really see Victor in this state too often, unless it's something like super important. So yeah, no, I agree with you guys to a certain extent. I think maybe they should kind of take what Victor's saying a little bit more seriously. At the very least, hear the fucking guy out. Don't just lock him up.
Yeah, but then again, I'm glad he's away from Henry.
It
Henry,
might be a good byproduct, though. Yeah.
even coming up with the idea of how do you want me to do this with my hands?
Yep.
That was so dark. That was
Yep.
so dark. Poor little Victor. Now when it comes to Tabitha, so she gets there and she's asking like, "What are you doing? What did he do?" I like that Boyd is asking him the question that we have all been asking. He says the boy in white told me and he's trying to help us, and Boyd says, why doesn't he come over here and help us? Like, why doesn't he walk in here and tell us the information that he's telling you? And it goes to the point, you're telling somebody that is heavily traumatized, they're gonna have a hard time believing him. Why
Yep.
can't the boy in white show himself to
Exactly.
Boyd? I'm wondering that too, because Boyd is vocalizing it, and
Yep.
all Victor says is that's not how it works. So I'm wondering, you know how it works, Victor? Can you tell us?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, when we see the boy in white pop up at the end of season 1 in front of Sarah and Boyd, it seems like Boyd couldn't see him. But I've always wondered, why is that? Like, is that something the boy in white controls? Can the boy in white decide who can and who can't see him? Or can only certain people see him, and that's not something he has control of? Either way, even if, he can't directly show himself to Boyd, you know who he can show himself to? Sarah. Sarah can see him. And Sarah is Boyd's right fucking hand at this point. So yeah, why doesn't the boy in white just show himself to Sarah and tell Sarah, hey, you got to tell Boyd not to pull this tree down? Why tell Victor? Why only tell Victor? So yeah, I feel like there's maybe other ways where the boy in white could reach out a little bit more. I mean, who knows who else could even see the boy in white? Maybe other characters could see him. But yeah, I've always wondered what that was. If it was just something he was doing deliberately, he decides who sees him, or if it's just certain people can and certain people can't see him. I don't know. But yeah, he needs to step up a little bit. And we talked a little bit about this last week in terms of like this cycle seems to be different. Seems to be a lot different than any of the previous ones, where they seem to be getting a lot further than any of the previous ones, Jade and Tabitha and the rest of them. So if there was ever a cycle that you think you would want to step in and help and nudge along the way a little bit more, it would be the one that has the best chance of success, this one. So yeah, I think at some point the boy in white needs to just kind of come forward, come clean. We need to find out who he is, where he came from, what he really wants once and for all, because he's been shrouded in mystery for way too long now.
Come out of the bushes, boy in white. Come out of the bushes. He's been shrouded in bushes for a while. Come out of the damn bushes and tell us what's going on.
Damn bushes, boy in white.
But then we have Sophia, ever unnerving, angering Sophia. She literally says, just doing my part. Good night, Sheriff. It's like, look at that smile, Boyd. Come on. I know that you're overwhelmed, but this girl seems really happy to be here. She's not crying about her dad. And she's like, just doing my part. I'm, look at that smile. Look at the smile. So I don't know. I'd like to believe, I'm hopeful that Boyd has clocked it, that he keeps all of these little moments in his head. And that he's going to be the one to unmask him, hopefully. Because look at her. She's so excited to help with this plan. And she's asking, like, what are the details? What are you going to do? Come on.
Yeah. No, and I'm 100% with you as well. I really hope that Boyd has noticed something, and he hasn't maybe just hasn't tipped his hand yet. He hasn't played that card yet, but there's something that he's already noticed. I would love for that to be the case. I really would. I think that would be great. But yeah, awesome stuff. Yeah, Tina White and Shapeshifter in Yellow are both manipulating people. I think both are playing with humans here. Not sure if any of them are good, more like evil and less evil. And one thing that we did discuss a lot, a while back in terms of like this man in yellow and boy in white aspect, that maybe it's not just as simple as good versus evil. Maybe it's just simply two different opposing forces with two different agendas. Neither's good, neither's evil, neither's good, neither's evil, or both are, or they're both. Both of them are both. I always wonder if that could potentially be the case, where maybe it's not just as cut and clear as boy in white's good, man in yellow's bad. Maybe these are just two opposing entities that have different goals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was thinking that now that we are getting more information, like Sophia saying, this place is built on ritual.
Mhm.
It definitely gives me the idea that it's beyond the game. If
Uh-huh.
it is a ritual, then that means that it was a purposeful exchange. So it
Mhm.
goes beyond, I'm just having fun with these
Yeah.
people, because I thought maybe it is a chess game. But
Mhm.
a ritual implies there's purpose. There's purpose in this. So I'm wondering, is it going to be the tale as old as time, forces of good versus evil? Is it going to be perhaps the children against whoever made the bargain for them, for their souls?
Yeah.
The children are not necessarily evil, but they are pulling people in. They're
Exactly.
calling people in here.
Pulling people in
So
here.
it depends on your point of view. If you're in from, yeah, you probably think those freaky kids are evil. They called
And
me in here and I was just driving down the street.
all the
But
people that
they're
have
not
gone killed
necessarily
too.
evil.
Like they pulled a lot of people in here that have gone killed savagely.
Hmm. Yeah, exactly. Right? They're like, whoops, my
Whoops,
bad. I'm
my
just trying
bad.
to get
Sorry.
saved.
I was trying to get my
So
parents. I promise. I was trying to get them.
my mom and dad need help. You know how my mom is. She doesn't want to admit to anything. But I'm telling you, something about that finger pointing felt accusatory. Like it was
Yeah.
you, mom. You
Yeah.
made that deal.
Uh-huh. Again, I could definitely see that. I feel like there's something dark hidden beneath the surface, something very deep in Jade and Tabitha's or one of their subconscious where one or both of them are a little bit more guilty than we originally realized. But McLight for $2 says Julie's storyline's potential so underused. Shame, and I do agree with that as well. I feel like that was one of the storylines that I've really been enjoying in season 4. I feel like the first half of the season, Julie's storyline was really fun to watch, seeing the story walking and seeing it progress. It's not like it's just her kind of, messing around with story walking without any purpose, without any intent. We're seeing really good character development. We're seeing really good character progression from Julie, where she's trying to get a handle on this thing. She's experimenting, trying new things with the whole bookmark thing she tries. It just sucked to see that she kind of gave up so easily, where the bookmarks didn't work, and all of a sudden she has this fight with Randall, and next thing you know, she just feels like it's over. She's giving up. The seizures. Maybe it's just not worth it. Maybe Randall convinced her the risk isn't worth it. But yeah, I feel like Julie's storyline has been very interesting. This whole story walking thing, I feel they introduced this for a very specific reason. You're not going to give a character like Julie an ability like this so late in the game if you don't have a very specific purpose as to how it's going to work overall in the narrative. So she's going to be important. It's really just a matter of how important and how is she going to use this ability in the grand plan, I guess. But yeah, I think it'd be nice to see her start kind of experimenting with it again, something to kind of pull her out of that doldrums that she's in. And I think you had a good idea there last week in terms of like something that could be a motivation for her to get pulled out of those doldrums and start kind of story walking again. And that was the thought or the potential of Ethan being stuck here alone. That sounds like perfect motivation for an older sister to start story walking again so her brother doesn't get stuck here. So yeah, I would love to see Julie's story walking storyline continue.
Yes, either continue or don't introduce it to us until you're actually going to use it.
Yeah.
Because you have introduced this idea and then it's at a standstill. Now, I understand, okay? I completely understand that she's going to question it. If you're intelligent, not like Clara the Ding Dong or Elgin, you're going to question.
Yeah.
I'm going to question what you're telling me. Is it real? Is it not? Maybe I'm going to hold off on it. So I understand that. But I don't know, it does kind of feel like it's underused. They
Mhm.
introduced it and then they put a
Yeah.
stop to it, and now she's probably gonna go back. We know she is for a fact
Yeah.
because she has seen the man in yellow. She saw him kill Jim. So we know that in the future she's probably gonna go back, and that'll be season 5. Or maybe next episode.
Mm.
But yeah, I agree.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. 100% agree. McLight, I'm with you, my friend. Again, it's been one of the more exciting storylines in season 4, for sure. And thank you so much for the 2. And thank you so much from downtown as well. Guys, a well-deserved. Whoa. All right. Let's see. Final 2 here. We got I am to fly. I am to fly cam. Welcome. Thank you so much for the 2. Very much appreciated, my friend. Why does the boy in white appear to Victor and not Boyd? Is the boy in white evil? Again, a question that we were very much asking ourselves. What is the mechanism behind the boy in white deciding who can see him? Or again, is it even something that he can decide? I think that's one question the show needs to answer before we can get an answer. Is this something that the boy in white controls? Does he decide who can and can't see him? Or is it just certain special people can see him and others can't? But yeah, again, even if he can't show himself directly to Boyd, he probably should have showed himself to at least Sarah and as many people that can see him. Tabitha as well. Tell all of them, hey, don't pull this tree down. If it's that important, tell everybody you can. But yeah, he kind of only tells Victor, but that's kind of been his MO.
Yeah, I mean, if the forces of good and evil are having a little, chess game here, match, then boy in white, man in yellow. Man in yellow is dirty. Like look at him, he's cutting ropes. He is going around town utilizing sleeper cells, as you call them, Jeremy. And boy in white is just in the bushes. Just like, hey, I
He's
told
creeping.
you. I told you not to cut down the tree. It's important. Like that doesn't help, dude. That doesn't help. You need to get in there, get in the game. Get in the game. If you're playing the game, get in the game, boy in white. So that doesn't make sense, But people are questioning it. Boyd is right to question it. And you could read it 2 ways. You could read it like the boy in white is trying to save the tree because it is important and they shouldn't tear it down. It is going to be important in the future. Maybe it's the door, maybe it's something that they're going to need, but he's trying to help them. Or you could read it the other way. Maybe he is evil. And the reason why he's trying not to tear down that tree is because the children, when they poured their hope into the roots that made the tree, they were making that exit for Jade and Tabitha to gather the bones and then get out of here. Maybe they were making that so that it could be uprooted. And that was always the purpose. The purpose was an exit for them once they collected the bones. So you could read it either way, but I don't know. I still think he's good. I still think he's good. He's just lazy right now. I don't know why he's not getting involved.
Yeah. No, I do tend to lean a little bit more on that side as well in terms of is the boy in white good or evil. I mean, we've seen at least a little more evidence for him helping minimally, but more evidence for him helping than harming, I guess, up until this point. So I kind of have to go on that, what the show is actually giving us. But yeah, I mean, he's super sus. If nothing else, that's for damn sure. He's one of the most suspicious characters on the entire show in terms of what his true motives are, who he really is, what he really is, where he really came from. Yeah, huge question marks surrounding the teenager in white.
I like that you guys are not letting him live down the fact that he pushed Tabitha out that thing. Like that's true. I mean, that's a good point. But you know what? They better. This is what I know, Jeremy. I don't know anything, okay? But I do know one thing. They better hope that the exit is not through the tower being pushed like Tabby. Because Tabby only survived because he was little. He pushed her and she survived the fall because he's a tiny little kid. He's a man now. He's a big ass man.
Grown man now, the linebacker now.
Dude, if he pushes you out of that tower, you're not surviving. You're gonna hit that floor hard. You're not gonna make it.
He's not gonna push her out of the tower next time. He's gonna pick her up and body slam her out of it. Oh man, teen in white, young adult in white. I'm sorry, this is the only way.
Body slam. I'm sorry, that's the only way. Boom.
This is the only way. Boyd and White pushed Tabby to bring Henry to town to kill Victor. He also told Boyd to go into the tree, which got him getting trapped. And these are both very good points Blitzkrieg brings up. And the Boyd Martin thing did always make me a little bit suspicious, right? Like, the more we see of the Boy in White, the more we see these faraway trees being used throughout the series. It seems like, or at least up until recently, that the Boy in White had some measure of maybe control of predictability as to where certain people were going to go. Part of me thinks he could have controlled people's destinations. And most of the people get to a pretty safe destination that use the faraway tree, except for Boyd. Boyd ends up right there in that shaft, and then at the top of that shaft, there is Martin waiting for him that infects him with worms. So that has always been one thing that a lot of people in the fandom have pointed to for evidence of the Boy in White maybe being nefarious. Boy in White will be like, "This is Sparta!" Douche!
And kick them out of the
Kick him.
That's great. I'm telling you, they're not gonna survive if everything relies on him pushing you to the real world. Like, he's like, listen, I would be afraid. Be like, oh no,
survive the kick.
Can I get one of the Ankuis to push me? No, not you, dude. But also, you guys have a point. He used to be so much more involved. Remember, he used to show up to Sarah. He used to be getting, in there, getting in the game. He was involved.
Mm-hmm.
And part of me is questioning: is he getting high like Julie? Because Julie used to be super
slacking off,
dude. Maybe he's getting high with Julie, because Julie used to be like a getter, right? She was like, I have this ability, I'm gonna try to figure it out. Then she started saying, nothing matters, I'm just gonna get high. Maybe Boy in White, maybe Boy in White is doing the same thing. That's why he's over there in the bushes, because he was
he's creeping. Yeah, dude,
he was getting high over there.
Yeah, maybe he got a little blazed and crazed, for all we know. It's very possible. It's very possible. We got Fromaholic Dieter for $2. Thank you so much, Fromaholic Dieter. Very much appreciate you, my friend. Not enough likes. Man in Yellow needs souls. Please leave a like. Yes, thank you so much, my friend. Very much appreciate that. And to everybody who has left a like, very, very much appreciate it. We also have Sunflower for 10. Thank you so much, Sunflower. Very much appreciate it. I am questioning the Boy in White. If the Man in Yellow needs items to transform, why would the Boy in White ask Victor to bury the items of the dead? Was it the Boy in White or the Man in Yellow, and Victor has blocked it? Interesting. Very interesting question. Okay, first off, with questioning the Boy in White and the Man in Yellow needing items to transform. That was one thing that we actually did get some kind of confirmation of in this episode, where the Man in Yellow straight up says, I can only look like people that have died here. So that was one answer we did finally get. The Man in Yellow can only look like previous residents that have passed away here. So again, another answer. I like it. I'll take it. But in terms of burying the dead items, could we come to find out that it was the Man in Yellow and Victor has a repressed memory? I mean, when it comes to Victor, I feel like anything could be a repressed memory with him, considering how often it's happened for him. So up until this point, so I feel like anything's possible. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, part of me always wondered why exactly would the Man in Yellow want him, the Boy in White want Victor to bury all these items. He tells him it's because he couldn't bury the bodies, that he's burying the memory of them, in a sense, a symbolic kind of burial, I guess you could say. But yeah, I guess you can wonder, was there a deeper meaning behind it, or was it even the Boy in White? So yeah, I don't know. Interesting question, Sunflower. What do you guys think in the chat, and you as well, PM?
Yeah, thank you, Sunflower, for the super chat. And I was of the same belief. I was like, we can't really rely on Victor. He is so traumatized. And the scarier the memory is, the more that he like shifts it, right? The more that he twists the memory.
Yeah.
So maybe. But in this episode, I feel like we learn a little bit more information that tells us that that is not the case. Boy in White, Man in Yellow are separate. The reason why I say that is because Sophia wants them to go uproot the tree. She wants them to go in there. She knows it's not going to go well. And she's like, no, of course I'm not going to stop them. Like, I want them to do this, right?
Mhm.
And Boy and White is saying, don't touch that tree. That tree is important. He
Yeah.
doesn't want them to go down there and do this because ultimately they're going to need the tree, right? He knows the plan. Therefore, I'm guessing that it's probably not the same entity because there's
Uh-huh.
different desires here. Sophia
Yeah.
wants one thing for them to carry it out, the plan, and Boy and White is advocating against it, saying
Against it.
that's probably not a good idea. So I'm thinking that they're different.
Yeah.
Now, why does he ask Victor to bury the items of the dead? I think that it was really interesting that the Boy and White didn't just give Victor practical advice. He didn't just say, hey, here's some peaches and like, good luck.
Mhm.
Eat peaches, you have shelter and food. He also gave him like mental health advice, really. He
Yeah.
said the hardest thing is not the food, it's not the shelter, it's not the hiding, it's the loneliness. And that's
Loneliness. Yeah.
pure mental health.
Mm.
So he told him about the loneliness and what he had to do in order to not feel that that is breaking him, right?
Yeah.
So when he said, bury the items of the dead, I kind of took it in the same manner that this is a mental health issue for a child. A child
Uh-huh.
wants to do something. The whole
Yeah.
town has been slaughtered, but he's too little. He's too little to be able to do anything. So he's telling him, like, mentally, if you need a ritual, because now we know rituals are important here, burying things, go collect their favorite items and bury them. That's something a child could do. And that's something that would help them mentally be okay. And I'm thinking, we don't see bodies everywhere. So
Yeah.
maybe the Boy in White, he did the dirty work. He took care of the
Um,
big bodies.
yeah.
But it was more for his mental health, for his sake. Because he's a tiny little kid, poor thing.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Victor's 10 years old. I mean, we hear Scott McCord talk about how him being 10 years old and moving all those cars out to the junkyard, how impressive that was in and of itself because he was 10 years old. But moving cars into a junkyard and burying that many bodies single-handedly, that's two very different tasks. So yeah, I could totally see the Boy in White being the one that actually buried the physical bodies themselves, and Victor was just kind of giving them this symbolic kind of burial, putting them to rest, a way of kind of maybe putting them, not keeping them in his head, I guess you could say.
Mhm.
But yeah, very interesting. Yeah, very interesting. But yeah, let us know what you guys think in the chat. Was there some deeper meaning to the Boy in White asking Victor to bury those items? um shut down a tree that can be a portal out of there. And that's the thing, I feel like the answer is kind of staring them in the face, like they know that these trees magically transport them from one place to another. None of them even had the slightest thought that maybe this is the way out. Maybe these trees are going to be our ultimate way home once we complete whatever we need to complete. Like, I feel like it should cross their minds at some point, considering what they're doing. But who knows? Maybe not. Maybe
Mhm.
it's just not something they're thinking about.
Mhm.
But they are meant.
Jeremy, the chat is talking about the burger. One thing that has been very interesting is
Ooh.
that out of the whole episode, people are loving the burger. They
Mm.
really wanted Henry to take a bite of that burger because we know there's no good food in From. So at least he could dream of a nice, juicy burger. I
Mhm.
thought when I saw the burger scene, even in this alternate reality, Victor
Yeah.
is still a weirdo. He's like, here, Dad, it's your favorite burger. And then
Yeah.
he takes out a piece of cheese. He's
Yeah. He takes out a piece of
I
cheese, puts it
I
on
brought some and puts it on bare hands. Bare hands
your
from
hands,
home.
and you see
He's
him
like,
like
here,
adjusting the
I brought a
bun, all
piece
weird.
from home. It's
Yeah.
like, dude, they don't have cheese there. They don't have cheese, just bare hand. Here, I brought a piece of cheese
Um,
from home. It's
yeah.
like it makes it extra special that it comes from home. Like, Victor, you were totally normal until the cheese brought from
Till
home.
the
What are you
cheese came
doing?
out. Yeah. Until you brought out that cheese, you were doing good, Victor. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
I brought a
shit.
piece
Yeah.
of cheese
Wasn't it?
from home.
Yeah, yeah, it's one thing if he brought out like a thing of it and it was like wrapped and or individually wrapped and you opened it up and no, it's just like it was just like a bare piece of fucking cheese in his pocket. Like, what the fuck?
It was a very he
Just bare
drive there
cheese.
with the cheese.
Yeah,
It
no
was
provolone at the hospital.
No provolone. But
It's
dude,
provolone.
go by the grocery store. Go by the grocery store. Get a little baggie of cheese,
Hey,
something,
people, provolone. When we're talking provolone, sometimes you gotta smuggle that in. You gotta smuggle that in. No wrapper.
I mean,
Slap it right on that
that was
burger.
so strange.
It was very strange.
Also,
Yeah,
like,
the cheese
he
was
takes
wild.
out the bun. He didn't even give Henry like the opportunity to be like, give me that damn cheese. Like, I don't want your hands all over my burger. He
He
takes
just
out the bun,
barehanded it.
puts the cheese in.
Just barehanded it.
That
Oh,
bareback cheese. I could not with the cheese. I was like,
oh
okay, that's
man.
Victor. Even in that world, he's strange. Oh, that was
Oh,
so
fucking
funny.
chat. Oh man. Ah, crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Crazy.
Love it. Absolutely. Yeah, that was a nothing burger, all right. Yeah, Dad brought a single slice of cheese. And said, "There's nothing wrong with that, right? Hey, you're in
From
the
home.
hospital. You're having a burger. Why not bring one single slice of your favorite piece of cheese?
From
Why
home. But he says it like so warmly, like, hey, I brought a piece of cheese from home. It's
not? I brought you something from home. A
this is
single piece of cheese for your burger.
this is extra. It's from home. It's like, dude, the container, he didn't have a container.
No container, nothing. I swear, I think he just pulled it right out of his fucking pocket. Here you go, Dad. I brought you something from home. Your favorite cheese.
Believe me, a piece from
Oh
home.
God.
Dude,
Oh,
I can't. I can't.
oh
Was
my
the
God.
bag. He opens the burger, he puts it and
He
taps it.
places it on and then he puts the bun
It's
on and
just
he
like,
like
dude,
adjusts it. He adjusts the bun a few
hands have been
times and
all
gets it
over
just
that,
right.
Victor.
And then he pats it.
Yeah, like, I was expecting him to take a fry at the end. Your hands have been like all over that burger. I'll be like, what are you doing? Like, Victor, they have cheese here. But that was interesting. And I like
Oh
that. It was
man.
like, he's
Great.
quirky.
It was
He's quirky in
cinema.
every realm. He's quirky.
Absolute cinema. That scene. Complete cinema.
Yeah.
Oh man. Oh, I had a headache from laughing. That was fucking too funny. Here it is. Here it is. Here's the burger scene.
Let's see it. Let's see it.
Where does this thing come from? I hope he pulls it
Okay.
out of a container or something, and I'm just misremembering.
Okay, we can play the whole
Might
thing,
be a
so
little
let me
bit
just.
before this. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
It's a little bit before
the
this.
cheese is on there, so it's
The
before.
cheese is already on it. Yeah.
There it is. There it is. He's
Here we
eating a
go.
fry. Okay, he got to eat a fry.
Oh shit.
He's eating a fry. He's like, hey, look, I got your favorite.
Hey, look, I got your babe.
I even brought some provolone cheese.
Oh, he did. He pulled it out of a container. Thank God.
We need these off so we could really see.
Oh, thank
the
God
container.
he pulled it out of a container.
Henry's still holding on to that fry that he's eating.
He's just holding
Okay,
on
he
to that
has
one
like a tiny
fry.
thing. He's like, here it is. And then he taps that burger. It's like,
He
your
taps
hands are
it.
all over that. Victor.
Get it just right.
I
What a
even
nice son.
brought
What a
some
nice
cheese
son.
from home.
Bringing his dad some, his favorite cheese from home. Yeah, you gotta love it.
I even brought some cheese from home. Ooh, what a treat. What a treat.
Super great treat. That's a treat. Provolone.
Oh man, that was a good one.
Does it get any better than that?
And then the real Victor wants to help him, like, hey, Dad, I want to help you. But since he has no
Fuck off,
provolone,
kid.
yeah,
No provolone.
you don't got no
burger for me.
provolone. Get the hell out of here. I like my son that has the.
I gotta pick one. I'm picking the son with a burger. Oh fuck. Oh, oh my
He's made
god.
his choice. He's made his choice. And that burger sold it. He
I
was like,
made my
you
choice.
know,
I'm
I was
sticking
on
to
the
it.
line. I was on the line. I was like, should I do it? Should I not?
Oh,
But you
fuck.
got me a provolone. I'm
You
gonna
brought
do
me
it.
provolone. Sealed the deal.
So I'll smother him. Oh my god.
Oh fuck. Oh my god.
That's a good one. I'm telling you, From is funny. It's not
There's
supposed
been
to
some
be. It's all
hilarious.
unintentional, but it's
Mm,
good.
there has been some hilarious comedy in season 4. Yeah, I fucking love it.
We have Bacta. Okay, so then we move on,
Oh yeah, we got a monster appearance. I mean, it wasn't much, but it was good to see them. Again, anytime we get to see the monsters, I'm happy. The monsters are what made this show so good in the first place. The monsters are one of the reasons I fell in love with the show, along with the characters. So it's good to see the monsters showing up to the diner and taunting the patrons.
Yeah, and now that you pointed out that they're looking extra veiny, the
Yeah.
monsters too, because the
Yep.
monsters used to have this glamour where they look like humans. They didn't look this dead. But now if you look at the monsters, they
Maybe
do
they're
have
changing
big
too.
veins across their face, extra veiny. This vein here, she didn't used to have that. She looked like she was normal, which was the unsettling thing, that if you got into town, you couldn't tell from their face that there was anything wrong with them.
Which is
But
why.
now if you look at their face, you could tell it's gaunt and it doesn't look normal. So something is changing.
Yeah, I mean everything else is changing, right? Maybe the monsters are too. Sophia doing her little sabotage work, got a little bit of that rope.
Yeah. But back and she also turned on the music. She's like, if
Yes.
I'm gonna work, I need music. And Bagda clogged it.
Yeah.
She clogged it. She was like, how
Yeah.
did you turn that on? And look at Elgin. This is the other thing. Okay, when I say that Elgin is a ding dong,
It's
he's a ding dong.
dumb.
He's
Yes.
standing right there, dude. He
Ugh,
sees that she turned on this thing. She's
just turn this thing on.
going at
Like,
the buttons, and
bro.
look at his face. He's like, oh, that's not normal. Even Bagda's
Yeah.
like, it's a little suspicious. And we're looking for this dude that's supposed to be around here.
Yeah.
Right? So he's already questioning it. Good for nothing, because then the next day he's like, whatever, hey, Sophia, I found this picture. Do you want to kill me?
Really? Like, what are you doing, Elgin? Why would you go right up to her? Of all the people in town that you could have showed that picture to, why would you go right up to Sophia? Yeah, ding, yeah, just a ding dong. Then, of course, we see one of the side effects here of Fatima drinking Sophia's blood, thanks to Clara, who's gone full on dark side. We see that the veins are getting worse for sure.
They're getting worse. Somebody said in the chat, Jeremy, which I thought was hilarious. They said this is the second season that we have just been staring at Fatima's stomach.
Yeah.
Her storyline has been, look at my stomach. And it's true. Her storyline is focus on my stomach. There's something going on with my stomach. But I'm guessing that this could be the blood. Now, that's where it's going to get tricky. Because if anything happens to Fatima, she says that she thinks she's turning into a monster. That's what Ellis is thinking. That's what they're thinking. But we can't be sure that she really is turning into a monster because she consumed the blood. This might be something that Sophia is doing because she knows you're terrified of turning into a monster. So guess what? I'm going to get you to physically turn into a monster for a while. Not permanently, but maybe just for a while until she stops drinking that tea. What I'm thinking.
Yeah. I mean, and again, I even if she's not turning into a monster, I like the idea of what we talked about last week and what we've been talking about pretty much all season, about even the tagline of the show: knowledge comes at a cost. Maybe this is that cost. We're seeing Fatima pay the cost of having this knowledge, having this ability to see through Smiley's eyes, to kind of control him for a split second and save Kenny. Maybe this is a residual side effect, and Sophia's blood has just enhanced the process, has just sped it up maybe. Because that was one thing that was pretty interesting about what Sophia said. She's saying, I'm playing a few games, but I need help speeding a few of them up. And it seems like maybe that is what she was referring to, at least with the Fatima blood thing, that it's going to speed whatever is happening with Fatima up a little bit quicker, or it was the missing ingredient she needed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, her hair is such a statement of Fatima, right? When I think Fatima, I think of her long flowing hair,
Yeah.
her like
Yeah.
hippie-ish vibe, right? She always has her hair down. So
Yeah.
seeing chunks of her hair fall out,
Yes.
that was sad. That was sad. And Ellis is not there. She didn't want Ellis to be there, right? But Mariel should have stayed with her. This is the thing. They wanted her there for observation, and nobody's there at night when she's twisting and turning and having all of these things. They're not really observing her. She could have stayed home with her husband at this point because you're not there. If you were, then she wouldn't have to call on you, right? Observation is that you're physically looking at the changes. And the funny thing is, Christy, the mechanic, thinks that she's dead or dying, and she went to sleep. Christy's over there with Mariel sleeping. She's like, yeah, she might be dead or dying. And I told her, I want you to pack some stuff and come over for observation, but I'm sleeping. So she's not seeing all of this stuff, you know?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And again, I think, Christy's been making some very not so great decisions so far in terms of keeping way too much close to the chest, not sharing certain things with Fatima, with Ellis, with Boyd. And I think it's going to come back to bite her in the long run. I think it's going to come back to her. But yeah. Yes. And there was one point here. I think it's actually during this scene where when he's talking to Christy, when Boyd's talking to Christy, and he's telling her, about the plan, about, he's like, we're going to get these bones and then we're going to go home. And you hear the way he says it, the way he's delivering that line, the way he delivers that dialogue, his body language, the look on his face. You can definitely get the sense that this is him trying to convince himself. Like, this might not even be him trying to convince Christy. This is him, like, trying to tell himself this. We're going to get these bones, and we are going to go home. It just feels like he's trying to convince himself of that as much as he was trying to convince Christy in that scene.
Yeah, I feel for Boyd. I really do feel for Boyd because he seems to be the character. Mr. Fish and Loaves is very fitting. He seems to be the character that has been chosen to be broken. Like I said, this is a story as old as time, the forces of good versus evil, trying to tempt the humans into turning to the dark side because nobody's coming to help you. That is the whole game. The whole game is that you are put through trials and tribulation so that they could test how good of a person you are. Are you going to continue to do the right thing?
Yeah.
And part of the game is that nobody's going to help you. God is not going to answer. Nobody's going to rescue you. You're supposed to prove yourself, right, to these forces of evil.
Yeah.
And poor Boyd, I mean, he has had to give so much for the town. And now he has Fatima. I think it's very sweet that he cares for Fatima. He's like, I'm asking you for my child, and I'm asking you for Fatima. Like, please don't do this. For a man of Boyd's stature, okay? For a man as strong as Boyd to implore, to beg, he was begging God to beg. It takes you pushing him to the limit where he really genuinely thinks that there's nothing he can do. So he has to beg you for help. Exactly. And he was begging God, please don't do this. It was to watch. And then he opens the last of Father Cotter's liquor.
Yeah.
That, like Chiquita said, I believe that has to be symbolic. That has to mean something. That this is it. Maybe time has run out. Maybe that is the symbolism there. This is the last of the liquor. He's been drinking it throughout, and maybe time has run out.
This is our last chance. Yeah. Father Cottery
maybe
did.
Boyd is going to die.
I mean, Father Cottery did tell Boyd when he popped up in the previous episode, this is it. This is where you make your stand. So yeah, maybe. But yeah, I think Boyd, and he's talking to Kenny here, not Christy, but Kenny. I think he's trying to convince himself every bit as much here as he is trying to convince Kenny that we're going to get these bones or we're going to go home. Because it's It's a shoddy plan. You know, even Boyd himself doesn't really even know the full plan. He just knows they have to get the bones and then doesn't even know what they're going to do with them afterwards. So there's a lot of moving parts and a lot of risks in terms of what's really going on with this plan. Hi guys, you're the best, Jeremy and PM. Oh, well, thank you so much. Very, very much appreciate that. And no, I mean, you guys in the chat are super fucking awesome. You guys are the best. Without you guys, there would be no show. It would just be PM and I up here talking to each other, which we can do any day for hours, and we have fun doing it. But we love talking to you guys in the chat. That's what the whole point is: talking to you, hearing your guys' thoughts, your theories, what you thought of the episode, and everything in between. But I appreciate that. I very much appreciate the sentiment. Very much. Mute. Oh, you're on mute.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You guys are hilarious. You guys are the best part of the show.
Fucking
And
hilarious.
it's hilarious. I'm always intrigued by what stands out. I mean, this poor burger, it was just a prop. It was like, I'm not bothering anybody. I'm just a burger. I'm just sitting here. I'm doing my job.
How many burger memes are we going to get now?
Exactly. The fact that it would be the standout and everybody's like, damn, that burger, he didn't take a bite. He should have taken a bite of the burger. Hilarious. And the cheese and the wig.
Cheese.
I mean, you guys really have made the show fun. Like I said, From is a horror show. It's really heavy. So it's nice when you guys introduce humor into it.
Yep.
It makes it lighter.
It does. And I think it makes it funner too, because, you know, like I love the horror aspect of the show. I love the more serious aspects of the show. But yeah, every once in a while, it's fun to kind of have a scene like that where you can kind of just laugh at the absurdity of something super simple, but nonetheless absurd. Like the idea of Victor bringing a lone piece of cheese in his pocket to his dad's burger. But at least we found out it was in something. Yeah, I was pissed about the cookies. Yeah, a lot of people are talking about the cookies. Patty's cookies at the end of the episode. She made some cookies, burnt cookies, very much like Patty's burnt face. You know, it's funny. She kind of offers Henry one at first, and he kind of declines, and then she just puts him down and is like, "Oh, someone will be hungry enough." And then as soon as she leaves, Henry just grabs one of them and starts eating it. It's like, what are you doing, Henry?
He's like, I didn't want to see her. They want her to see me eat the cookies, right? He's like, I'm too good for those cookies. I don't want the cookies. Yeah, and as soon as she leaves, he's like in there digging at the cookies. But there has to be some symbolism there, because Patty's face is melted. It's they didn't even put gauze on her. So usually, if something happens to you, like Randall, they'll put gauze on gauze on you.
Yeah, and they did it first.
But now it's all out.
It's gone.
Like I kept looking at that and I'm like, that is gonna get infected. You need to continue to put the thing on and cover that up, Patty. And now you're baking for everybody. I don't know. This seems like a bad idea. I wonder, dude. I wonder if she had PTSD when the cookies burned. You know, she put them in the oven and then they started burning. I wonder if she had PTSD.
All she remembers is the smell of her face and then the sight of fire mitts in the distance. I mean, it could be traumatic. Fromville can be very traumatic for a person.
Yeah. And the rumor around Fromville is that Fire Mitts is still roaming the streets with this little mitts on fire.
Still out there roaming the forest, just waiting for its next victim. Maybe. Good stuff. Yeah, I didn't want to eat the cookies. Staring at the poor face. Yeah, as soon as she left, he got his appetite again. You guys are fucking hilarious.
It was a food sort of episode for Henry. He was eating fries, the cookies, the burger, the cheese. There's a symbolism there. I don't know what it is, but I know there's something in there.
Yeah, Patty turned into Harvey Dent. Yeah, she did. She did look a little bit like Two-Face. You know, a little bit like the Batman villain Two-Face, for sure. But yeah.
I like what Laura's saying here, Jeremy. Maybe fire mitts will show up in the tunnels.
Ooh.
That would be great, because remember, they're just worried about the monsters, but the monsters are not the only thing that they have to worry about. Fire myths is around there, so if anybody could help them, fire myths could. And you can't hurt the monsters, but you could hurt fire myths, so they probably should have taken some weapons.
Yeah. No, I like it. Yeah, I like it. I would love to see firemen show up in the tunnels. I think that would be fucking epic, just to see him turn the corner. Like you get one shot of a scene and you kind of just see like the light approaching and getting closer and closer, and then he turns the corner and it's just fucking fire mitts, still on fire. Would love that. Would love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I won't be surprised when Patty starts flipping a coin like yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either at this point. Not at all.
Yeah. But then, Jeremy, we have Boyd. Boyd is drinking the last of the liquor, and it did give Last Supper. Okay. That is what it invoked in me. This Last Supper, right? He's sharing of the wine of this priest, right? It gave me Last Supper symbolism there. And he's also passing. He's passing the torch. He's saying, we're going to enjoy the last of this wine. Time has run out for Boyd. I hope that he's not going to die, because it was giving me like a goodbye. He was telling Kenny, I need to talk to you. You're not going to go down there, because if something happens, the town is going to need you. And he's sharing of this wine. So it just gave me that Last Supper. I'm about to sacrifice myself and I'm passing the torch to you.
Yeah, me too. And it gave me the very semblance of the title of the episode. This is the calm before the storm. The last night that they're spending peacefully, quietly, before the real kind of plan begins tomorrow morning. So yeah, this is very much that calm before the storm moment, and that Last Supper moment as well. I like it.
I hope that he's not gonna die. Look at his face. He's such an amazing actor. He is an amazing actor.
Good, man. He's like we always praise Scott McCord in terms of how he's able to portray body language and emotion, but Harold Perrineau is right up there with him as well in terms of being able to project, his facial expressions, his body movements, his demeanor, like everything about him goes into the performance of Boyd, far beyond just him delivering dialogue well. He is. He's such a professional at his craft.
Yeah, for me, I know that you like Victor the best. For me, the best actor, the one that I love the most, is Boyd.
He's so good, yeah.
It's not about what he says. It's about how he holds back. And you could just tell in his mannerism, that really affected him. And the way that he's sharing of this drink with Kenny, and he's looking at Kenny with a sadness. He's saying positive things, like, Kenny, they're going to need you. And he's kind of amping him up, you're going to help the town. But he looks sad. He looks sad to be potentially saying goodbye to a friend, because this is the thing about their relationship. It is a friend and a son. That is what Kenny is to Boyd. It's a friend and a son, and you're having to say goodbye inside of you without actually voicing it, because you don't want to make him afraid. But this might be the last time I see Kenny, my son and my friend, my best friend. I would argue that's his best friend.
It's his best friend, definitely. I would definitely say that. I mean, I think you could make the argument for, when it comes to Boyd, it's Connor and Kenny that are his right and left hands. That's it. Those are his best friends. And even Kenny, I think you can make an argument for Kenny being the best friend. It's his deputy. That's the one that has always had his back from day one. And for Boyd, I think this is a very interesting moment, because it's one thing to mentor a person. It's one thing to prepare a person for taking over at one point. But then when that day finally actually comes, it can be a little bit surreal, both for the person that is taking over and for the person that is handing over the reins. You prep for this moment for so long. And then when it eventually comes, it's like, is it going to be what you thought it was? Is he going to be ready? I have to imagine Boyd has all these questions in his head, but I think he's seen enough from Kenny up until this point to be confident enough that Kenny can do this. Kenny can grow into this role. He can be successful here. He can keep these people safe if I'm no longer around. So it was a very interesting symbolic passing of the torch of this day finally is arriving, the day that we've been preparing for so long.
Yeah, and Kenny was sad to take on the role, but he did. And they did a little cheers, very sad little cheers. And maybe, the spirit of Father Cottry is in the room with them. It's a very sad situation. Look at him. Aw. Makes me so sad. The way he pats him. He's like, listen, he doesn't want to fully go emotional by hugging him. He just pats him. Yeah. He pats him because he knows that this is a very emotional moment. And he's like, I don't want to go full hug because I don't want to cry right now, but I'm going to pat you in the back. That's so sweet.
And I love the I know, because you can say so much with so little words sometimes. And just with Boyd putting his hand on him like that and just saying, I know, it's like they're both just acknowledging it. They don't need to say it. They don't need to actually voice, I love you, thank you. They don't need to voice it. All he has to do is say, don't worry, Kenny. I know what we are. You know what we are. I love that was the last thing he said to him. It's just perfect.
Hopefully, we're going to get to see Boyd also have this moment with Ellis. Ellis was nowhere to be found this episode, but hopefully before he goes into this plan, I'm anticipating that maybe he'll say goodbye to Ellis, right? In the same manner. He's spending his last night here talking to Kenny. And, you've always said Kenny is the better son.
The better son. But Ellis is still his son.
It's an interesting choice that he didn't spend that night over with Ellis. It's an interesting choice.
Yeah. But then again, maybe Victor impacted that choice as well. Victor being locked up in the sheriff's station, maybe that impacted Boyd's choice maybe a little bit. I don't know. But no, that's a very good observation. I mean, I suppose he could have just left Kenny at the sheriff's station and stayed with Ellis. That is true.
Then they start gearing up to go down into the tunnels. It is daylight. So that's what we see. And we see malicious Clara looking at them as if she cares.
Full on dark side Clara.
This is what I don't like about Clara. Look at her. She's looking like, oh my God, I'm so nervous and I'm like so sad. And she tells Fatima, take care of yourself. I can't stand that maliciousness in Clara. That is malicious. Because if you're straight up malicious and I know that you're bad, like
that's
Sophia, that's one thing. But somebody that pretends to be concerned for you, but in reality is malicious, those are the worst.
It's way worse.
Yeah, I can't stand Clara anymore. Burn her.
Burn the witch. Burn the sleeper agent. No, you're 100% right. I mean, it's one thing for there to be a bit of honesty in terms of somebody doing something cruel to you. It's in your face. It's more honest. It's out in the open. But yeah, this is way more deceptive. It's way more hurtful, knowing that this is someone that you're supposed to be close with, that is smiling to your face one minute and then literally trying to contribute to potentially killing you the next. It's super deceitful. Super deceitful.
Yeah. The way she says, take care of yourself. And she's like looking at them, giving info. I would like to add that Sophia didn't ask her, go on and bring me info. She just said, go put this blood, right, on her. So she gives her the cup. And then when she shows up, Sophia's even surprised, like, what are you doing here? And she's like, well, I thought that you would like to know that the plan has changed.
Yeah.
It's like, girl, you're too happy and eager to help the dark forces in this town. You're malicious. Don't like her. Malicious.
No, I'm with you. Clara took a really big step down the dark side in this episode, for sure. Maybe Clara will sacrifice herself to save Elgin. I mean, maybe. I mean, I guess that is a question I would like to ask you, chat, and you as well, PM. After seeing this episode, after seeing what Clara did do, do you think it's at all possible for her to redeem herself?
I'm with Hoda here. Put her in the box. Put her in the box. Put her in that box. Listen, there is no redemption for Clara. And the reason why I say there is no redemption is because she has the benefit of knowledge. When people have come before you and they've made the mistake that you're about to make, and you have been there to witness that, and you don't learn the lesson because others failed for you to learn that lesson, it's on you. It's on you. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And for Clara, she's seen multiple people be promised the idea of getting out of town, and it doesn't happen. So at this point, I don't care what she does, she's not going to redeem herself in my eyes. She just does not. Let's say that she tells everybody, hey, Sophia is the man in yellow. Okay, thank you. But you already put her blood in Fatima. You already told her about the plan. She already cut the rope. You are telling people after the fact. That's not helpful. Yeah, that wouldn't be for me. She can't redeem herself. So declined, no redemption.
Declined. No redemption for Clara. Yeah, I don't know. Clara's going to die before it happens. Yeah, I mean, that's a possibility as well, that she might die before she can even attempt to get any kind of redemption as well. Yeah. Why would Sophia said, let me in for what? She seemed remorseful after giving tea to Fatima. I mean, maybe a little bit, yeah, but she still did it. Like, I mean, even, she felt a little bit remorseful because she knows she potentially might have just killed Fatima. But she still did it. At the end of the day, she still had no problem doing it. She didn't even resist the man in yellow. She didn't even try to say no. She just instantly just agreed with everything that he said. And like you said, PM, even goes a step further as to let them know, like, hey, plan changed. It's just Jade and Tabitha going into the caves now. That's not information that you didn't have to just freely offer that information up. But
you didn't, girl. You didn't. Somebody said Clara is a pick-me. She's an evil entity pick-me. Literally, she is an evil entity pick-me. She is saying, well, since I'm chosen, I might as well give you the whole details. And when Sophia says, Clara, lock the door, you best believe that woman went over there and locked the door.
That door.
She was not going to leave that open. She's not going to help Elgin. That is my belief. The way that she's moving, she's not a helper. She is, not an asset for our team. But what do you guys think in the chat? I know that I'm harsh. I'm a harsh person, okay? But do you guys think that if Clara does something good for the community, can you forgive her?
Yeah. Is a redemption arc possible for Clara? Again, some people think she might have seemed remorseful. Clara just wants to go back home to ride the bird scooter instead of her stolen bike. Maybe that's it. Maybe that is simply just it. No redemption for Clara. Even if Porn Mustache didn't open the window, Clara wouldn't have for Colony House Massacre. Clara would have for the Colony House Massacre. Yeah, if it wasn't 70s Porn Stash dude, it would have been her. Okay. Hey, it's fair enough. Fair enough, Quan. Fair enough. The kimono lady will save Elgin, maybe. We've often wondered if the kimono creature was even going to show up again, or if the kimono creature has already kind of served her purpose in terms of being the supernatural midwife for Smiley coming back. Because the kimono creature was very suspiciously absent from the season up until this point. But again, we still have one episode left. Who knows? Clara has been there since season 1. Yeah, right from the very beginning. Right from the very time people stepped into Fromville, from the Matthews family and Jade stepped into Fromville, Clara was already here and probably had already made that deal with the man in yellow. So, she was a sleeper agent the whole time.
Yeah. I like what Anime Jenny is saying. At least Sarah did it so that everybody could go home. Yeah. Clara says, do I? Like, I don't care, okay? Fuck them, fuck everybody. Do I still get to go home? Because if I still get to go home, guess what? I'm going to help you. I'm okay with that. She doesn't care. She doesn't care about the dead children. She doesn't care about the bones. She doesn't care about the people that she's grown to like. She's like, what about me? Do I still get to go home? Because that's the only thing I care about. That was funny, actually, when she's like, but do I still?
But do I still get to go home? Like, even though I did all this like crazy shit for you, I still get to go home, right?
Right.
Fucking, she's wild. Clara's fucking out of pocket.
Crazy.
She's so out of pocket. Let's see what you guys are saying. Clara's worse than Elgin and Sarah and Kevin combined. Did anyone call Clara being the mole? I don't know if anyone called that. I'm not sure if anyone ever predicted that. I don't think it was like a massive.
No, I think it's coming out of nowhere. Honestly, it's coming out of nowhere. Jeremy, I'm shocked. I was shocked.
Yeah, I was so
Clara
shocked.
being a mole coming out of nowhere, out of thin air, out of the ether. Nobody could have seen that coming. Nobody was talking about that. Yeah. I think maybe he tries to appease the community at times. And
there's some
I wonder about that.
Sometimes.
I wonder about that.
That scene did feel like fan service. Again, the Clara thing has been super popular. It's been such a big thing within the fandom, and then it's so like on the nose when you see it in the episode that it did have a small feeling of fan service. And we've seen kind of other small aspects of that in the show in the past, like the random tarot card popping up after the whole tarot theory was super popular. Boyd talking about using the talismans to try and trap a monster, which is a huge big theory. There's been quite a few of them that almost seem like it's popular fan theories that are being written into the show. Or who knows? I mean, maybe this was the plan the whole time. Maybe Clara was meant to be the mole or the sleeper agent from the very beginning. But it did feel a little like fan service. But that was my only.
I feel like
episode. The rest of the episode I loved.
There's a distinction there. There's a distinction. I'm having a problem with the mole sleeper agent.
No, she's a sleeper.
Because I do dislike her. I do dislike what she's doing. She's malicious, that girl.
Yeah.
But I can't condemn her as a mole. A mole is bad.
No,
she wasn't giving him info. Like, she just started, okay? She just started, so I don't want to put all that on her because she hasn't been doing that. But sleeper agent, like you said, I think that is adequate. Yeah. Now, when it comes to what we were saying, Face, we're being facetious. Of course, we know that there's a big, the whole community wanted Clara to either be Eloise or a mole. Yeah. So we know we're being facetious. Of course, we know about that. He's like, of course there was, guys. Are you not remembering? We do.
Yeah, massively popular theory. And again, it's funny to see these kind of really popular theories get written into the show every once in a while. And we see quite a lot of examples of it. But then again, when you have a show like this, so many things are being theorized on, fans are bound to get some things right every once in a while that just everybody gets right. So it could be that as well. But yeah, it seems like no redemption arc seems to be the consensus for Clara. No redemption is in Clara's future.
I thought I was harsh. But you guys are harsher. I saw somebody in the chat said, you know what? I'm glad that Jade stole her bike. That's all you guys have. You know what? I'm glad your bike got taken away for being a bad person. So yeah, I kind of feel the same. I'm glad that her bike got stolen. I'm glad that she had that injury on her eye. Remember, she got injured. All the bad things that have happened and will happen. Karma.
Yeah, I don't feel bad anymore that Jade is that Jade in the early episodes he stole Clara's bike. Good for him. Yes, absolutely. It does paint that scene in a different light, right? Now I don't feel bad at all. I'm glad Jade stole her fucking bike. Should have stole it sooner. Yeah, I'm with you. I am with you. Good stuff. Not when the entire community has some idea of what's going on. And again, sometimes the community is going to get some stuff right from time to time, especially a community like this that is kind of so in depth in kind of looking at some of these things. Like, you guys are very good at spotting these things. I feel like we dissect this show really well, I think, for the most part, like as a whole, as a fandom. So yeah, I think there's going to be times when collectively we're just going to be right sometimes, and we're going to be wrong sometimes, but we'll be right sometimes too. And that's the fun of it. That is the fun of it, both. So Eloise made a deal with the man in yellow. Again, this is one thing we don't really know. We still have no idea what's going on with Eloise. I know when people saw the Clara scene, people thought that was them getting ready to confirm that Clara was really Eloise when you hear that this bargain was struck. But I don't think that's the case. I feel like after this episode kind of played out in its entirety, it feels pretty clear, at least to me anyway, that Clara's just Clara. She's just a person that got stuck here in Fromville. She just happened to strike a bargain with the man in yellow and has been keeping it secret all this time, waiting for her time to get activated, to get used, really. But I still think Clara's just Clara. She's just been harboring this dark secret.
But we don't know. Okay, we were wrong.
We don't know.
We are happily wrong. When we are wrong, we are happily wrong.
Absolutely.
Shame on us. Shame on us.
Look at the fucking wig. Look at the wig here.
The wig is high. Julie has been getting so high. That wig looks high. Look at her. It's all
the wig is baked. That wig is so cooked.
It looks that way. And you know what? It's looking lighter because it was very harsh. It was as black as my hair. And now it's looking brown. So they fixed it.
Maybe they tried to fix it a little bit.
Please don't fix it. If you're listening, please don't fix
leave
it.
it
We
alone
love
at
the
this
way.
point. At this point,
Not even at this point. It's like, please don't do it. Like, it's iconic. It's iconic.
Yeah.
Please don't fix that wig. I love it.
Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah, and we did see this earlier as well. Harold Perrineau says episode 10 is going to shoot our heads out of a cannon with the final twist. This is very true. Harold Perrineau did say this, and Matt Likely also said something very similar as well, that the characters have to do something very shocking or very surprising or very crazy in the final episode. In fact, that's one thing that we can take a quick little look at, and we'll come right back to this. We can take a quick little look at the Matt Likely interview. We were going to look at it during the pre-show, but we kind of just didn't have time. Kind of just got through it without looking. But there is this very interesting little interview here from Matt Likely, the production designer of From. And a lot of it is pretty much just him answering set design stuff and things like that. But at the very beginning, there is one kind of interesting statement that he does make, which is very similar to this one here, that Harold Perrineau also did say, that episode 10 is going to blow your mind. Because I did hear him say that, Harold Perrineau. But here we have also, let's see, let me stop this. Let me add that. There we go. Here we have a little Matt Likely interview with him saying something very similar to what Harold Perrineau said, in terms of the final episode being something pretty interesting and something that our characters are apparently going to have to do. Something crazy our characters are going to have to do. But let's take a little gander at it, shall we? Let's see what we can see.
Is my favorite part.
There are lots of answers to come in season 4, and I think you'll be shocked at how season 4 ends and what the characters have to do.
I think you'll be shocked at how season 4 ends and what the characters will have to do. So that's pretty interesting. It does kind of line up a little bit with what Harold Perrineau said as well, where he said episode 10 is going to blow our minds and change everything. So again, we're hearing this hype, hearing a lot of hype around the season finale. Again, could that just be regular hype around a season finale for people that are working on a show? They're just trying to promote it. Or is there going to be something pretty crazy coming in this final episode, I guess is the question. I guess we'll see. I guess we shall see. But I thought that was interesting. Matt Likely and both Harold Perrineau, both pretty much saying the same thing. Something big happening at the end of season 4. We shall see. We shall see. All right, let's take another gander. Here we go.
the script was like specific about certain things. You know, the town had to be surrounded by woods. The script talked about, you know, the church and the motel sign and the pool and colony house, and it talked about all those things. But then it also left like quite a bit of things to the imagination. We ended up designing and building the whole town from scratch, which I don't think a lot of people realize. That was a big challenge off the top, was to find a suitable location to build it all. And then we laid it all out. We had, you know, I did it all in 3D, basically.
Awesome.
Basically, we liked how it laid out. Then we made a map of the area and tried several different layouts for the town to see what would work. I think overall it was about 12 or 13 weeks from the time that we first started to build to when we started to shoot, which sounds impossible now. Honestly, when I think about it, I don't even know how we did it, really.
A lot of stuff, and again, you know, I always find some of this stuff interesting. The production of the show, what goes into making it, but he doesn't really. I don't think he mentions anything else narratively for season 4. Just that little tidbit at the beginning of our characters apparently are going to have to do something very shocking in this final episode. So I guess it's going to be interesting to see what that could potentially be. What kind of choice are they going to be forced to make?
I mean, it could be anything at this point. We know that last season, nobody predicted we would be staring at Naked Smiley, and Naked Smiley was on the screen. It could be anything. It could be anything, right? At this point, we don't know anything. I mean, with Clara working out that deal, that is so selfish, when she seems so nice, so sweet, and the fire myths, everything that has happened, it really could be anything. I wouldn't put it past them that, I don't know, Eloise is down there. I don't know.
Yeah.
You guys know
at this point, at this point, I don't think I would put much past them either. I totally agree. I feel like with everything we've seen, with the sample size of From that we have until this point, it seems like almost anything's possible, especially in this especially in this penultimate season here that we've been getting. But yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll see. I guess we shall see. The wig is in the wind. And again, I know a lot of people were wondering where the wig went. You know, the wig was absent for an episode or two there. So I did see a lot of comments from people happy that the wig made such a triumphant return. And and again, the wig was fucked. The wig was all disheveled in that one scene. But back nonetheless. I know something was sus with Clara when in one of the episodes she was outside the door and she entered asking or saw something, and I think Donna kicked her out, eardropping to gain info. Yeah, maybe. And again, I think, you know, it's one of the reasons why Clara has had so much suspicion shoved on her is because she kind of pops up in these weird places at these very weird times. She always tends to be like right there when something big is happening or a big conversation is happening. So you definitely at least get the sense as to where this, you know, Clara suspicion has come from within the fandom, because she does. She kind of pops up in the weirdest fucking spots.
And there's Ellis, right? And of course we have Randall. Randall is a helper. He's always been a helper. He will always continue to be a helper. So I do like Randall. I feel like he has redeemed himself for going on that witch hunt. And there's Ellis. Ellis is helping. So that was nice to see.
This is this is new. This is new. Ellis actually helping, getting his hands dirty, picking up an actual chain. Love to see it. Love to see it.
They have the radio, and Sarah is being helpful too. So we have Patty has been getting a lot of screen time.
Patty's getting
this is great for this actress. Oh yeah. Still no gauze, just flowing in the wind, flapping, her skin flapping, red in the wind. This could get infected. Her hair is all over it. She didn't even hold her hair back. She's grabbing dirty things. I mean, she's asking for an infection. But
Patty melt.
Yeah.
Fucking Patty
there's
melt.
Bagda.
Yeah.
Oh, there's Acosta. So we see our little group, the little
Our little
gang of
posse,
helpers.
yeah. Our little group has come together. They're working on the radio, syncing up, make sure they can hear each other, coordinate when to pull the tree out. You know, they're getting their ducks in a row rather nicely.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. And of course, we have this, right? She's looking at these toys. So I know that there's some symbolism in the fact that she grabs the little boat and then she just throws it in the box. We know that boats are huge when it comes to From. You know, they're mentioned, Boyd, the boat, the songs. So there has to be some symbolism there with her in the boat. Maybe she is saying, maybe Boyd will be dying. She's saying goodbye to this dream, goodbye to the boat, goodbye to your dream, goodbye to it all, right? She's sinking that boat. So maybe it is foreshadowing that Boyd's boat is a dream that's just not going to come true for him.
Something that is maybe just out of reach, maybe. Yeah, I thought it was very interesting how it was a boat of all things that we see Sophia playing with. Obviously, a fire hat first, but then the boat. Yeah, I don't know. Sophia is sus, absolutely sus. When Sophia touches the pieces, she relives the experience. Yeah, maybe that's a possibility. People said is a cheap wig. I mean, if they have the budget for those big set stuff, why can they invest in a real human hairpiece for Julie? Yeah, this has been the question. You know, people have been wondering why the wig isn't of a little bit of a higher quality, I guess you could say. But yeah, I don't know. Above my pay grade, literally and figuratively, it's above my pay grade. But I don't know. We shall see. They're working so hard, all for naught. I love it. And again, they are. We see them working very diligently, trying to build up this rope, trying to build up this ladder, and all the while we just see Sophia just sabotaging them left and right in these small ways that are probably going to turn into much bigger ways later on. But yeah, they're working very hard, but unfortunately, I don't think they realize how little progress they're going to make.
Breaking news. I think I just spotted something.
Uh-oh.
Breaking news. You heard it here first. There's Julie right there. She's story walking to the time that Sophia is there. Do you see her?
Holy shit, that's Julie. Is Julie.
There's Julie. That's Julie's profile.
That looks
breaking
like
news. Julie is in the picture. Like breaking news. And she's going straight to Sophia, and Sophia's turning her head, almost like she's calling Sophia, and she's turning her head, right?
Yeah,
there's Julie. That is Julie's profile. That's Julie's profile.
Very interesting. I like it. So that means, again, we've had a feeling Julie's going to have to return to the story walking at some point. She still hasn't even got to the point where she sees Jim get killed. She still hasn't even got to the point where she gets that scar on her face. So yeah, again, more evidence that Julie will be doing some more story walking. Yeah, it does look like her. Yeah, nice eye. Absolutely. It looks
There's
just
Julie.
like
Breaking news. She story walks to
when here first, folks.
Love
it. Nice
she
eye.
She story
nice
walks to when Sophia was alive.
Yeah,
and I don't know if she's gonna try to save Sophia, because that is the original Sophia. Remember,
that looks
she
like
says
the human Sophia. Yeah. Totally.
Exactly. So I'm thinking maybe she's gonna story walk to the real Sophia, try to help her, right? If you try to save her, then things don't happen because he's not able to take over the body. Maybe she could change the story. She does look like she's turning her face to look at Julie, and Julie's calling her. So this is very interesting.
Julie
very
does seem to be looking like right at her. It does look like, I mean, out of it, you see the whole picture. Everybody's looking towards the camera except for Julie. She's the only one not looking in the camera's direction. So yeah, no, I like it. I think that's a very, very good plausible sign that she's going to story walk back there. And maybe this is going to be the thing that gets her back on the horse, trying to save this Sophia character, the real Sophia character, as a sort of dry run before she goes back to try and save her father again.
Yeah.
So
And this little dress here, she's wearing it as a dress, but Clara wears it as a shirt.
Yeah.
So it could have been a dress.
Yeah, it's very similar. Yeah, it might even be the same one. Yeah, very good spot. I love it. And again, the Julie storyline has been really fun in season 4. It has been one of the ones that I have enjoyed a little bit more. So hopefully we get to see something of it from her in the finale and gives us something nice to chew on heading into the 5th and final season.
I feel like you could see the wig.
It's Clara's dress,
you
right?
could see the wig.
Like you can almost see the wig. Yeah, I swear you can. Yeah, we're gonna have to blow it up and everything. Take a nice deep look at it on the next stream too. But that looks like Julie, man. That is Julie.
I've been looking for Julie in the background of everything now, because now that we know that she's going back, I've been looking for Julie. Look, she's right there, dude. She's right there.
Right there.
This is
and I wonder,
70s, you think?
That clothing, that's definitely 70s. Definitely. I would say 70s for sure. Mid 70s maybe.
This girl has big ears. That looks like a fairy ears. Do you see this? Her ears are very long. She looks like an elf. Human ears are not that long. Why are her ears this long, guys?
Yeah.
She looks like an elf. And she's wearing a little crown. Is she a little fairy elf?
No, fairy elf. The fairies are gonna take them.
Look at nobody's ears are this big. Nobody's ears go over their head.
They are pretty big, yeah. They are pretty big. But if I had to guess the 78 timeline, again, we did get that confirmation in this episode that the man in yellow can only turn into people that have died here in Fromville. So if I had to guess, I would say that she was maybe part of the 78 timeline. That seems like that would fit from the clothing. But very interesting how Elgin, Elgin didn't seem to recognize Julie, didn't seem to see her, which is understandable. She's off there in the corner, and I'm sure he's super focused on the Sophia aspect of the picture. But I guess my question is, will anyone notice Julie in this picture, or will it go unnoticed by the characters? Was this just for us as the audience? Oh, you're on mute.
I'm trying to zoom in, but I figured out you cannot share the episode. You have to share the tab, the Chrome tab, and you can zoom in on that. This is as much as I could get, but I could tell you, I'm looking right at it, guys. I'm looking at it on my big screen here that I have. That's Julie.
It's Julie.
That's Julie. I'm telling you, I'm looking right at her. That's Julie.
I'm with you. I'm with you 100%. I think it's Julie. I think you're right. And it would make sense. Again, I think it would make perfect sense for her to kind of be at that timeline if she starts the story walking thing again. And this tells me that they do uncover Sophia at some point.
I figured it out.
There it is. Yeah, see, that's
figured it out, dude.
That is so Julie.
I figured it out.
That is so Julie. 100%.
That's Julie, dude.
100%. That is Julie. That is so her.
I figured it out.
Looks a lot like her.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. She's wearing a red shirt too.
Yeah.
Julie wears that maroon color shirt.
I mean, it's not Miranda, right?
No, that profile.
It looks like Julie. It looks like Julie.
Yeah. But these ears too. Look at these ears, guys.
I'm the ears are
this is a fairy ears. Like, no joke, nobody has ears this way. This is not normal.
No, they're very. Look at how high up they go. They're super fucking pointy. Yeah, they're very fucking long.
She might be a fairy.
Fairy from the Lake of Tears.
Nobody's ears are like this.
And it's a very big and pointy ear, that is for sure. But yeah, Spock ears. Those are very much Spock ears, Vulcan ears for sure. Yeah. Who is it? Exactly. Who is this person is the question. Who are all these people? We know who Sophia is, or the human version of Sophia. But these were other versions of people that got stuck in Fromville, I guess. But who exactly? Who exactly? Yeah. Mm.
Yeah, look at those ears. That's not normal. I'm calling Elf. I am calling Elf. Breaking news. Julie's story walks here and Elf. There's an elf in town. Elf on the shelf.
Elf on the fucking shelf. Yeah. Love it. Absolutely love it. We got McLight for $2. Thank you so much, McLight. Very much appreciate it. One of Miranda's drawings was of the kids' skulls. Ooh, yeah, I think I vaguely remember. We're gonna have to dive into again. It's always fun getting some new information on the show. To go back and look at those paintings, all of the paintings in Miranda's basement, and see if there's any other matches down there. So yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and check that out. But I definitely take your word for it, McLeod, that she has a drawing of the kids' skulls down there. Yeah, I definitely I believe you. But that's always interesting to kind of go back to the Miranda drawings and see what else correlates as we continue to get more information as the show goes on.
Mm-hmm. Look at Elgin. He's smiling. He's like, yeah, isn't that great? Isn't that great? I know we're all looking for a little entity that's around here. Isn't that funny? It's like, come on. And this is when they're saying, she's about to say, Clara, lock the door. He's still like,
is this
wait,
what do you mean? What's going on here? What are we doing here? Fucking Elgin, you idiot. Oh, man.
Malicious Clara. And she's going to go lock that door.
Oh, yeah. No hesitation. Turns around and locks that door right away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It was at this moment he realized.
That's what I was going to say. It was at this moment that I realized I was a ding-dong.
You know, hooked up.
It was at this moment. Dude, the boy in white.
Yeah, that's the facepalm moment right there. Yeah, that fits the meme perfect. It was at this moment he knew he fucked up. Poor Elgin.
He's still smiling, by the way. This is she's locking up here.
Still not quite sure. Yeah,
he's still saying, "I turn into dead people." She's already said that info, and he's still like smiling, looking around, like
Oh shit. Oh yeah, he's fucking done for. Yeah, Elgin's done for. Oh fuck. Yeah, he's asking for it now. He's asking for it. Poor Elgin. But in all seriousness, it will be interesting to see what Sophia does to him. We see her kind of just walking closer towards him after the door's locked, and then boom, end scene. And we don't see him again until for the rest of the episode. So yeah, what will happen to Elgin? Will she kill him, or will she kind of do something else and lock him away somewhere so he can't harm anything? I don't know. I wouldn't mind her killing him. But yeah, we get to the climactic moment of the episode where Jade and Tabitha finally get into the caves. They make it to the center chamber, and lo and behold, there are the bones. Lots of bones too. I mean, which is, again, I'm glad that there's a good amount of bones there. There should be the bones of 7 different children after all. So glad it's not just a bone or 2.
Yeah, I'm counting the heads. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4, but some could be at the bottom.
Yeah,
they do look small. Right there, I know that some of you were saying that they're a little big for children's bones. Big,
yeah.
When I look at the rib cage, this one looks small. They look appropriate in size.
Yeah,
to me,
I think so. Yeah.
Let's see. I'm zooming in. I'm trying to look at Julie. Is Julie in her wig somewhere
Is Julie
around here?
Hidden in there somewhere? She's in one of the young Kui cages watching right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But now that they have the bones, they are stuck in the middle of the chamber. And lo and behold, here comes Cowboy Monster, Waitress Monster, and Cheerleader Monster, I believe, were the 3 that start coming towards the chamber. And then lo and behold, boom, the episode freaking ends on a cliffhanger, just like we had a feeling it would have some kind of cliffhanger ending. It does. So I guess it's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen next. Are we going to find out if Jade's right? Will these bones actually protect Jade and Tabitha, or are they in a little bit of trouble here?
Mm-hmm. Yep. I think they'll protect them. We have a season 5.
Of course.
I
Yeah,
think
they're not going to
it's
die.
safe to assume that Jade and Tabitha won't die because we have a season 5.
Yeah.
However, you remove all of your expectations, because it could very well be that the story, if they're saying it's going to be a mind-blowing twist, this could all be made believe. This could all just be a video game. This could be anything. At this point, it really generally could be anything. And the twist is, guess what? We don't need them, because now season 5, we're going to do something else. Show you the reality of what it actually is. We don't know. That's the thing. It could be anything. It could really be anything. I want to believe that what they're saying is truthful, that this place is based on ritualistic, cosmic sort of magic. And they're going to need a ritual to get out. Now, my theory about what type of ritual would satisfy a soul that was sacrificed: you must undo what you did, as above, so below, just like the talisman says. I think you're going to have to sacrifice yourself for the children. Potentially Tabitha and Jade, if Tabitha has something to do with that, potentially it's going to be that willingness. I will sacrifice myself for you.
Yeah.
So they're going to have to make some sort of ritualistic sacrifice, willing sacrifice, because the children were not willing. So a willing sacrifice for the salvation of the children. And I think that's where Jade and Tabitha are going to come in. And it's going to be hard to see them say goodbye in that manner. But it would be interesting if that's the only way. Them sacrificing themselves.
Yeah. And I wouldn't even mind if, like we talked about last time too, like if the very act of them being willing to sacrifice themselves is enough to appease the children. That's enough to do it. Just the very fact that they were willing to do the sacrifice and maybe not actually having to go through with it. Could be interesting as well. But like you said, this is the end of season 4. We still have 1 full season left to come. Even though we don't exactly know 100% what's going to happen, I definitely lean a little bit more towards Jade and Tabitha are going to make it out of here. Maybe not scot-free, maybe not without paying some kind of price. But I do anticipate them making it out. But I don't know. Maybe not. I guess we'll see. Only 1 episode left. Only 1 episode left. Can the monster touch the plastic? So if it falls, because they touched the glass at the diner, if they touch the plastic bag, I'm sure it would fall. Those tapes against the rocks. I mean, duct tape against rocks, against the inside of a cave. Yeah, I mean, it's you kind of have to suspend your disbelief a little bit there, I suppose. But I don't know. I mean, if the monsters can kind of mess with the tarp to hopefully kind of drop it, I get the feeling they probably can't. They could kind of knock on the glass a little bit, but I don't know. I get the feeling they can't really mess with it too much, at least not to the point where they can break the barrier.
Yeah, I don't think so, just because we have seen this work when they were at the RV and the window was broken. And we have seen this work in the tent, right? The tent was just a piece of fabric.
Yeah.
So I'm leaning towards no.
When Boyd first finds the talismans, there's nothing but a bush covering the entrance to the structure, and even that protected him. So yeah, I don't think so. I think the tarp will keep them safe if it stays up. That is the thing. But I guess what Donna said is the real question. If they pull that tree out from above them, does that necessarily kind of null and void the talisman? Because all of a sudden now they're not in an enclosed space. Donna thinks pulling the tree out is equal to opening up a window, which I get what she's saying. I mean, this is an enclosed space right now. There's only one way in and one way out, and that is from the cave, which they sealed off. But as soon as they pop that freaking tree and there's a damn hole in the ceiling, that is an entrance technically, and that could stop the talisman from working. So I guess we'll see if Donna's theory is right.
Yeah, I mean, either way, they're doing it. They're actively doing this, whether it's a good plan or a bad plan. It is what it is. They're down there. They're going to follow through because now they're stuck there with the bones. We'll see how it works out. We're going to find out definitively. With Donna, she was still at the moment where she could stop them or reason with them. At this point, the decision has been made. The bones were found, so we could assume that what they're seeing in their vision wasn't just a mushroom trip, because she kept saying that about Jade. You are doing all of this because of what he saw during a mushroom trip. But now we know if the bones are there, then that means that everything he saw was real, because that's how he figured out that the bones were there.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that was always a question kind of going into it. Like, yes, this was a mushroom trip at the end of the day. This was a vision that he saw at the end of the day. And one thing we did see, the vision that he saw and the actual reality of it was a little bit different. In his vision, when he gets to that chamber, the stones are there. All the stones that the children were sacrificed were there. This wasn't buried. Yet when he gets there in real life, the stones are gone, or they're buried and the tomb is buried. So yeah, the information he got during the vision was correct, and not 100% accurate in the exact detail, but correct nonetheless. What he was shown was accurate. And that leads me to believe that most of what he is being shown has been accurate and will continue to be accurate. These visions that he's getting, even if it was mushroom induced, it still looked like he was communing with this place, like he was finally searching inside of himself and getting those answers. And I think that's why the spirit avatar form that he saw in that episode was a younger version of himself, because he had to look inside himself to get these answers. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's going to be interesting to see where it goes from here. What are they going to have to do with the bones? What will the ultimate kind of ritual sacrifice? What are they ultimately going to have to do to set these kids to rest, to save these children?
Yeah, we have been given the answer. The answer is that a ritual must be done. It's not just about the bones. Mm-hmm. So now the question is, what ritual?
Yep.
What ritual must be done? And if we saw on the talismans that there was Jade and Tabitha as the two figurines in the middle, maybe looking at the talismans, we can see what sort of ritual must be done.
Okay. Yeah. No, I like that. Like the whole as above, so below thing. Just as the children were sacrificed and born in the dark and murdered in the dark, maybe it's going to require something of a similar mind. And like you said, I could totally see it potentially being something along those lines where Jade and Tabitha have to sacrifice themselves, or at least be willing to, maybe. So yeah, I like that. I think it's got to be something that's a little bit more complicated. It certainly can't just be as simple as them digging up these bones and giving them a proper burial. It's not going to be that easy. At least I hope it's not going to be that easy.
If they do something ritualistic in that manner,
yes,
and the talisman is trying to tell us, because there's things surrounding the two little figurines. So maybe that is part of the ritual. You have to have people surrounding you, part of the town or the community, and you have to be willing to sacrifice. If it's something like that, we would have foreshadowing, because Sophia brings up a Bible verse, a Bible story in which the Jesus, or was it God? Jesus, God? I don't know. I'm so sorry, guys. But the God entity, not entity, I don't want to offend you guys. I'm so sorry. You know the story I'm talking about, right, Jeremy? Where he says, go and kill your child, right? And
yes,
he didn't really want him to kill his child. It was just, I need you to show me, that this is a test of faith.
I think it was the story of Abraham, if I'm not mistaken. I'm sure the chat will correct me if I'm wrong. But I think it was the story of Abraham, which was kind of what Sophia was doing with Sarah in that episode, testing the waters to see if she would do this thing.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, Abraham and Isaac. Yeah.
Abraham and Isaac. Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah.
So that would be foreshadowing. If all the children need is to see their parent willing or the town, because I think it might take the town. It might be everybody in the town has to gather around, and it's the trolley problem. They have to say, I'm willing to die just so that we could close this town that has been built on ritual. Because now we know it's built on ritual. So it wasn't here. It is something that has been created. Yes. So built on sacrifice, meaning once you discover the ritual that you must do, this place will be no more. And that's why the creator said you might not be able to visit From, because From was built out of the ritual. If you undo the ritual, From is no more. That makes a lot of sense. And it just might be everybody saying, okay, I both sacrifice. I'll sacrifice myself for the great humanity, so that nobody has to suffer anymore, and for the children. And the children might be like, you know what, just like Abraham, it's enough, your love is enough, we'll let you go home. Maybe that's what it is. It's a test of faith. If they say that they will be willing to die, they'll let that person go home.
Yeah, maybe again, we've been seeing one kind of theme throughout the show where there are these tests that our characters seem to come against, whether it's a test from the man in yellow, a test from the boy in white, a test from Villain in of itself. We see these characters constantly tested, and maybe that is what they're doing, prepping them for the final test that they're going to have to try and make, a choice they're going to have to make, maybe. But yeah, I think I enjoyed this episode. For me, for the most part, again, I wasn't a big fan of the whole Clara kind of reveal thing. It just felt a little too fan servicey. But other than that, I really, really enjoyed the rest of this episode. I thought this was one of their better ones of the season. Ended on a very interesting cliffhanger where, what's going to happen to Jade and Tabitha. They're stuck down in the tunnels. They got the bones, yes. But we see Cowboy is present and accounted for. We haven't seen much of the Cowboy monster this season, so I was glad to see him back in full action. Hopefully we get some more of him in episode 5. But yeah, I don't know, hearing Harold Perrineau and hearing Matt Likely talk about how in episode 10 the characters are going to have to do something crazy, the episode's going to be mind-blowing. I hope it is, and I'm looking forward to seeing what are they referring to, what kind of big reveal are we going to get in this final episode, and what are our characters ultimately going to have to do. I don't know. I guess we'll see. And the episode 10 trailer will be out tomorrow. They don't get released until Sunday night. Every Sunday night at 9 p.m. Eastern, when the episode actually plays on the MGM TV channel, that is where they play the trailer at the end of the episode. So Sunday night around 10 p.m. Eastern, that's usually when I see it on TV. That's where I record it and upload it from there. So tomorrow night, the episode 10 trailer should be up on the channel here, and you guys should be able to see it then. But yeah, episode 10, guys, one episode left. And of course, for anyone who is going to be watching House of the Dragon with us as well, tomorrow night is Sunday night. House of the Dragon is finally arriving. We've been waiting a very, very long time for season 3, especially after a season 2 that wasn't really all that good and what we really expected it to be. So House of the Dragon has a lot of pressure on them to deliver in season 3, I feel. But we're going to be talking all things House of the Dragon here on the channel. And tomorrow night is episode 1. I will be doing a pregame show tomorrow night for episode 1 of House of the Dragon. And then if PM and I can do a part 2 of breaking this down, we'll probably do that. I'll talk with her, but maybe Monday or Tuesday we'll do our secondary breakdown for the episode after we've all had a chance to maybe watch it a few more times and maybe spot some more clues and stuff. But yeah, House of the Dragon tomorrow night, and then we continue on from there. But here we go, one episode left. And I guess one thing that is also remaining is our rankings. One thing we always do towards the end of a stream, We want to hear from you guys in the chat. What was your score for episode 9 on a rank from 1 to 10, with 1 being horrible and 10 being perfect? What score do you guys give episode 9, The Calm Before? PM, you have a score for this one?
I'll let you go first.
Okay, I'll go first. Okay, just off first glance, just after watching the episode just once, again, I enjoyed most of it. 75% of this episode I really did enjoy. The only thing I didn't enjoy was the Clara thing. Again, I just felt a little too fan servicey on the nose for me. But for me, this episode was definitely one of my more favorite ones. I did enjoy everything else after that. So I'm going to give it a 8.25. 8.25 for episode 9 for me. 8.25. It gets an extra 0.25 for, things like the burger and the cheese and the shit that was hilarious in the fucking episode. It gets an extra 0.25 for that.
The cheese from home. I brought you some cheese from home. Yeah, I think if that is Julie in the photograph, I'm going to give it a higher score, because that tells me that she picks up the story walking. Yes. That we are going to have resolution to the real Sophia. We're going to see the sort of thing. So if I believe that is Julie. I mean, that is her profile. So I'm going to give it a higher score for that. The burger. I mean, cheese from home. You got me at cheese, provolone. You got me at provolone.
You got me at provolone. Yeah.
I like that. And Clara is supposed to inspire a anger in you. So she did her job. She did her job very well, because she does inspire this anger. She's malicious. She's a malicious creature. I would have to go with, 7.5. Yeah, 7.5.
Ooh, okay. Awesome. Fair score. Definitely a fair score. All right, let's see what you guys are saying in the chat. On a scale from 1 to 10, with 1 being horrible and 10 being perfect, what score do you guys give episode 9? Anime gives it a 7.5. I like the answers given, but damn, Elgin, that boy learns nothing. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. Elgin he's very slow on the upkeep, you could say. Laura Butler gives it a 7. I see some 4s in the chat. Hey, nothing wrong with that. Again, so, that's what's been very interesting about this season. It has been kind of, divisive and split down the middle, where some people are enjoying episodes and some people are not enjoying episodes. And I found myself on kind of both ends of that spectrum throughout the season, where there's been some I really enjoyed and there's been some episodes that I really didn't enjoy. But we got a 4. We got an 8 in the house from Doc Phil as well. Awesome. We got a 9 from Blitzkrieg. We got an 8 from Quan. Love it. From Bill Dieter is giving us a 7 out of 10. Love it. Face has a 6.5. We got a 7 out of 10. 9, but Elgin makes it a 7. Yeah. I mean, as much as you kind of want to give it an extra point for the fucking burger comedy, you almost want to take it away for Elgin's stupidity. But the burger was better than the stupidity for me, so I'm gonna give him the extra 0.25 for the burger. Chemistry 7, structure 6. Hey, nothing wrong with that. We got an 8 from Golden Child. Awesome. We got a 7.5 from Distellar Napster. Love it. We got 9.5 burnt cookies out of 10. Yes. 8.5 from Makira. We got a 7. I hate the hand holding, and it is not fun. That's why, again, I think they could have handled the Clara thing a lot better. If this was the direction that they were very determined in going in, I feel like there was a way that they could have delivered that information to us in a much more appeasing way, storytelling wise. And that is through a flashback. Don't just tell us Clara made this deal. Don't just tell us this is what happened. Just show us. I think the scene was going very well right up until the point where Sophia kind of, leans her glasses down, which we did totally call in the trailer. Sophia putting her glasses down like that and kind of whammying her. Only in this case, it was showing her the black eyes of the man in yellow. I feel like at that point, that would have been the perfect transition point. As soon as Clara sees the blackened eyes, perfect transition point to go right into a flashback to show us as the audience how exactly this deal came came to be, how exactly Clarara made this bargain with the man in yellow. Don't just tell us, show us, please show us. But that was my only kind of, that was one of my nitpicks, I guess you could say. We got a 9 from Francis. Awesome. Love to see it. We got a 7 in the house from Benjamin Williams. Love it. We got another 8 for the cheeseburger. We got an 8.5 in the house. We got a 9. Sophia took a good decision. We got a 9. Love seeing some 9s. And we got a 0.01. Love it. Love it. Love seeing the wide variety of different scores. That is always fun. And it does always make for some of the best discussions when we all have kind of different ways that we're seeing the show. Solid 8 altogether, just because Boyd ready for combat. Yeah, Boyd was another one that was great in this episode, wasn't he? Yeah, 100% agree with you. PM brought it up earlier, but his scene in the church in particular was very powerful. He's always so good in those scenes in that type of setting where he's delivering this very profound kind of speech, and we're getting a really good insight as to where he's at the moment, mentally, physically. And he just delivers so well when he's in that kind of setting, Harold Perrineau. So yeah, Boyd was great in this episode. Victor was really good in this episode, in conveying some of the emotions and some of the things that he was going through. He had a really fucked up episode. Victor was just put through the ringer in this one. But yeah, some really good acting, some really good performances. Again, some storylines that I wasn't super, super thrilled with, but overall, definitely enjoyed the episode for the most part.
Yeah, I love that scene. It's probably one of my favorites now. The other one was Boyd at the church when he was like, I ain't here to pray.
That's what I meant. The Boyd scene at the church. Yeah.
Yeah. And this time, instead of I'm not here to pray, he gave us, I don't fucking like you. I made that pretty clear. Yeah. I mean, iconic. But I have to admit, there is a bias there for me. I like Boyd. I like when he does these scenes that he talks, about the metaphysical, about God, because I share his sentiment. I myself, I have no gods. I believe in stoicism. I believe in the better nature of people, but I have no God. And if I did have a God, I would say, you're doing this. You're doing this. It's you. Stop it right now. Right. So there's a bias there, everybody free to believe whatever you want. But I like the way that Boyd kind of brought himself to his knees to beg. He was begging God. How can you not be moved?
Yeah, accepting his role too. Even if this is a role that he doesn't really necessarily want, even if it's a role that he maybe doesn't agree with, coming from someone that he doesn't really like, he's accepting it because he's hoping that it will lead to saving the people he loves. You got to respect that from Boyd.
Yeah, that wonderful performance. I love Boyd, like I said, but I'm saying there is a bias there just because he shares my belief. So of course, I'm gonna like him.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that, I don't think. I mean, I think we're all human and we're all biased to certain kind of storylines and characters that we kind of just gravitate towards a little bit more than others. And I think that's very, very as human as you possibly can get. And nothing wrong with it at all. And what was the scene where Sophia was cutting the rope? During the diner scene. It was the nighttime scene when, we have a good portion of the town stayed in the diner overnight to try and make that rope. And there's one, it's very quick. It's only on screen for like a split second, but there's one scene where Sophia grabs a knife, she's got the rope in her lap and she just starts kind of cutting it a little bit to weaken it. It's very fast, but yeah, it's during this scene here.
She also turns on the radio. And I'm telling you, she's begging people to catch her. She also turns on the radio. She's begging, like, please look that I'm shady. I am shady. Look at me.
Yeah.
Look at Baghdad. Do you see how Baghdad is breathing? Yeah. So that was really interesting. Baghdad's terrified.
Yeah.
Oof. Infection waiting to happen here.
So bad. It's just so exposed. So bad. But yeah, there's the knife. There's the knife, cutting the rope a little bit, weakening it. So hopefully whoever uses it breaks it and falls back down. Sabotage.
I mean, but is it interesting sabotage? You are this incantation witch entity, and you're going to do something that I could do. That's why I say, give me 2 weeks. I'll do. I could do that. I could do that,
This is
Sophia.
so basic. This is the most basic human thing that you could do.
It's almost laughable, dude. It's almost like Tom and Jerry laughable. Like, ooh, I'm going to cut the rope, and then you're going to try to climb it, and the ladder's going to fall. It's almost Tom and Jerry-esque.
It is. Yeah, it is. It is. It has that Tom and Jerry cartoon, Looney Tune type feel to it almost. Like you strap into an Acme rocket next. Yeah, funny. I love it. But yeah, again, apart from some of those few nitpicks, I did enjoy the rest of the episode at the very least. Do we think the talismans are going to work in the chamber? I do. I feel like we at least have had some evidence that points to, a quote unquote wall being very loose in terms of a definition of what it takes to create an enclosed space where these talismans will work. Like PM said earlier, the tent, all it took was a little piece of nylon for that to work. The RV at the very beginning of the series, when Boyd, Jim, and Christy and Ethan stay in the RV overnight to work on Ethan's leg, all they do is hang a fucking sheet over the broken windshield, and that keeps them out. So yeah, it seems like stuff like this, we at least have evidence of it working in the past. So I think the tarp will be fine. I think their only problem is the problem that Donna mentioned earlier, that as soon as they pull that tree out, that is essentially creating an opening that could make the talisman null and void, and they could enter at that point. As soon as you have an opening up top, it's not an enclosed space anymore, which means the talisman might not work. So I think, yeah, it'll work on the tunnel until they get the tree out, is my guess.
And this is my question, suspend our disbelief. I understand this.
Yeah.
She is sitting in a booth right across Acosta, who is supervising the rope making, and another guy, an extra.
Yeah.
And Bagda is right to her side, and Elgin is right behind her, and nobody's seen her. She's not even like turning around. No, she is cutting it right there on the table. Nobody's seen this. Not one person, not Acosta, not anybody that's around. Nobody is seeing this in this diner that is open tables to the middle, right? Because she is on the side that they would see her. There's people right in front of her, and nobody is seeing that she is being. Look at the way she's moving. She's even. This is what I'm saying when I say Tom and Jerry. She's like, she has a son. She's like, I want to make it clear that I'm
doing this right in front of you, and then I'm even going to look around with my creepy, weird, suspicious eyes to see if you're looking at me.
Yeah, nobody's catching that face, like the weird, creepy face. Nobody.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Look at that. Come on.
Yeah, she's getting away with a lot. Our old Sophia getting away with quite a lot, right in plain sight. Nonetheless, not a good sign. Not a good sign. Yeah. And again, poor Fatima, drinking the blood, getting worse. The veins are getting worse. She's losing hair. I mean, it's very much consistent with some of the things that we've seen here in Fromville, whether it's the monsters and their physical appearance, but also the Ankui children too. So I guess we'll see what's happening to Fatima along with that heartbeat.
Yeah. And somebody's asking in the chat if we saw the picture with Sophia. Yeah, we talked about the picture with Sophia, and we spotted, for anybody that didn't hear, there is Julie in the background.
Julie, yes. Julie, not just Sophia. And that's the thing, when you're looking at that picture, it's so easy for the Sophia image to dominate, because you see it in the background. So your eyes automatically go there. But once you start studying the rest of it, you start seeing elf ears, you start seeing Julie in the corner, you start seeing all kind of shit.
There we go. So Julie this is what I believe. She's wearing this maroon shirt. I think that's Julie. But also the elf ears. Why do we have an elf on the shelf and from? Maybe there are magical beings here, and she's wearing a little crown.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Something's up. But again, like you said, it at least gives us the idea that Julie's going to be returning to her story walking, hopefully sooner rather than later, because she has to show up at this point. She still has to go back and show up to Jim's death. She still needs to get that scar on her face. Julie's still got a bit of a road to go. I was really hoping that by the time season 4 ended, that Julie would already have that scar on her face, and she would be one step closer to kind of becoming what that other Julie was from the future. But I don't know. I guess we'll see. We got one episode left. We'll see how Julie is utilized in this final episode, if the story walking comes back that fast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But yeah, here we have it, folks. Episode 9 is in the books. And there's still, I feel like we unpacked a good amount, but there's still always more to unpack. There's always more to discover, more to find upon rewatches and re-listenings. So that is what we are going to do. Maybe Monday or Tuesday, we'll pick a day and whatever works best. And we will definitely do a part 2 live discussion breakdown of episode 9. After we've all had a chance to watch it again, another 1 or 2 times, I'm sure we'll all spot some very interesting things on the rewatch. And then, we will dive into part 2.
Yeah, I really like what Hoda is saying here.
Mm-hmm.
Anything is possible. Now that we have seen the scarecrow, people come to life, anything is possible. Yeah. Ethan does mention fairies all the time.
Yeah.
Right? He mentions fairies all the time, and he says the fairies will restore whoever died in the Lake of Tears. Maybe this is the fairy that we're looking for. Mm-hmm. We're looking for her.
Yeah. The secret fairies are coming from the Lake of Tears to save Norman. Maybe we're looking at one of them. Who knows? Who knows like you said, who knows what's possible at this point? Season 4 has definitely taken From into like a new realm where things that maybe I wouldn't have thought were possible in earlier seasons are definitely possible now, especially with this whole nightmares can be manifested in the forest when you die. So yeah, who knows what else is out there? And again, we didn't get the colonial woman monster yet. I know we've been looking forward to seeing where this colonial woman character is going to pop up. So hopefully we will see her in the finale. But yes, as Jen Hack says here for $2, can we all agree we thought Clara was creepy? I mean, I think some people view her that way. I think some people view her in multiple different ways. That's what's been so interesting about a character like Clara. She's not a main character in the slightest. But in terms of like background characters and secondary characters, there's probably more theories surrounding her than maybe any other. But yeah, I don't know. I think when it comes to Clara, I think I don't know if she's like creepy, but I do think she's a little weird, a little kind of, goofy, I guess you could say. But yeah, I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you for the super chat, Jen. I think she's creepy. I think she's creepy. I have to agree with you. Yeah. But worse than creepy, because creepy is boy in white in the bushes. He's giving creepy.
Yeah, well, she's
worse
creepy
than
now.
creepy.
She's creepy now.
Is malicious.
She's malicious.
Malicious is so much worse than creepy.
Evil.
And she is causing an emotion, so she's doing her job because that's what the character is supposed to do. But I guess it's a reminder. I don't like that she turned out to be so malicious because she seemed to be so nice. She seemed to love Fatima. She's the one that goes over to Don and says, Fatima's coming up the hill. When they were looking for Fatima, she seemed to be a good person. You find out that the bargain was I get to go home. Selfish. Me. I get to go home. Not we all get to go home like Sarah. And she's a reminder that sometimes you see people and they're very warm and they're very nice and you don't know how malicious they are inside.
Yes.
I like to appeal to the better nature of humanity. Definitely. I like to see the best in every human. I like to see that they're good people, We used to say there's no bad people really here and from, right? Or selfish or, super mean.
Yeah.
But the fact that she can be so deceiving and seem to love Fatima so much And not only does she do what the man in yellow tells her to do, but then she goes a step further. And that's when I say she's malicious.
Yeah.
She goes a step further because she didn't need to go to Sophia and say the plan has changed. She's looking at them saying goodbye to Ethan, to their child. She's looking at Tabitha say goodbye to her child. And instead of thinking, okay, I may have done something bad, she goes over to Sophia to tell her the plan has changed. I thought you would like to know. At that point, it's like, girl, you're a really bad person, girl.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't like it. I thought she was creepy. I thought she was malicious. I like to see the better nature in people, but I guess Clara is a reminder that sometimes you see people and they seem really nice and they turn out to be super messed up and selfish and do horrible stuff. And then sometimes you see people that have like a resting bitch face like me. Or, like that seem really mean, like a big biker gang, somebody in a Harley like tattooed, and they turn out to be the nicest. You just never know. You just never know.
Yeah, no, you never know. I mean, when it comes to the exterior, it's hard to tell sometimes what you're getting until you get to know someone. But yeah. In terms of Clara, I didn't think she was creepy, before we found all this out. Like now that we know who she is, who she really is, a bit creepy now, I would say. And like you said, beyond creepy, malicious. This is very, she's doing this stuff with very much knowing intent, knowing what the consequences are going to be for her doing these things, and she's doing them anyway. So at this point, Clara has moved from, to creepy, to beyond creepy, to practically malevolent at this point with what she's doing. But
it's like she's trying to get extra points from the entity in yellow. You already made the bargain to go home, but she's like, I thought you would like to know that the plan has changed. You're trying to get extra points at this point, Clara. Like, what is going on? You're an evil entity. Pick me at this point. You've already been picked. She said you were going to go home. And guess what, dummy? You little ding dong, like Jade calls them. You're not going home. You are not going home. And that's going to be satisfying, the fact that she doesn't get to go home, that she bought into the idea that they all do, that they get to go home if they do something bad. Like, you just need to do this one little thing. She's not going home.
Yeah. Creepy Clara, malevolent Clara. She is, and like we were talking about earlier in terms of her having a redemption arc. I don't know. I don't know if it's possible now. I feel like she's gone a little too far with her taking that step of actually giving Fatima that blood. I think that might have been the step too far for redemption.
She could still claim, listen, maybe she could still say, I was forced to do the blood, like I had to, but then I thought about it and it wasn't a good thing. You know why I think she has been declined by me for redemption? Just my personal opinion. We're asking about our personal opinion. I decline her redemption arc or her ability to even ask for forgiveness because she did the extra step. She's looking at Tabitha say goodbye to Ethan. She is looking at Jade packing all this stuff. She knows what's going to happen. And instead of just leaving it, doing the minimum that is required of you of bad actions, she then waddles her butt all the way from Colony House. That's a big walk. All the way from Colony House to the diner, and then says, hey, the plan has changed. I thought you would like to know. Now it's just Tabitha and Jade. We know that she didn't tell her just because the plan had changed, because it's easier to get them. Now it's just two people. They were going to have help. It was going to be a big group that could help them. But now it's just on two people to remove the slab, to get the bones, to do all of this. It's harder for them. So at this point, she wants them to die. I don't forgive her. I think she's malicious. And I just hate that she seems nice and then she's malicious. It's like, dude, I like my demons like Donna. I like my demons where I could see you're a demon, right? I don't like them in disguise.
Yeah, me too. No, me too. And I think that's one of the reasons why I've really enjoyed the Man in Yellow version of the character. just a little bit more than the Sophia version, because it is all out there in the open. It's right there. It's honest. You know what you're getting. You know this is your villain. There's no deceptive kind of tactics there. Not like, at least not with Sophia. But yeah, very one episode left, ladies and gents. One episode left. And I haven't seen 100% confirmation yet anywhere on the app, but I have been hearing people say that episode 10 is clocking in somewhere at around like 74 minutes. I see going around 74, 77 minutes, like that. So if that is the case, that would be freaking awesome if we could get an hour and 20-minute episode, or even an hour and 10-minute episode. Would be great. That would be really, really fun. But yeah, one episode left, ladies and gents. Episode 9 is in the books, but we have only begun to scratch the surface on dissecting this episode and giving some more thoughts and theories and predictions heading into the finale. And definitely leave us yours as well. If you're watching this later on in the replay, leave your thoughts, your theories, your comments in the comment section. Or if you're here in the live chat right now, leave your biggest theory in the comment section. Or as PM asked earlier, leave the comment on the one thing that you guys are hoping is going to get answered in the season 4 finale. One thing you guys want to see revealed. Yeah. What about you, PM? One reveal.
I'm more interested. I'm like, whatever about these reveals. I am more interested now in this picture.
Any aspect.
If you guys help us figure this out, the comment that I want to see from the chat that figures everything out is, what is Julie doing there in this picture? Like, what is her goal? And number 2, why is there a fairy in this picture? Are we going into fairy tale land? I'm telling you, you can't tell me otherwise. Those ears are very big. And also, they have an opportunity when they take the picture to put her hair like this. If her ears are really weird, you could put her hair down, but they chose to put a little headband and then put her hair behind her ears so that they could really shine through. That's a fairy. That's a fairy. So I want to hear your comment. Why is there a fairy in the photo? And is this the fairy that we have been looking for? I'm not kidding, Jeremy. You're laughing.
No, I like it.
You're laughing, but there was scarecrows, dude. There was dollies that were moving around.
She's got big old fairy ears. Like,
how do you explain the ears?
She's got these are regular ears. Hey, no, you spotted Julie. I'm not gonna question your judgment. She got big old fairy ears right there. It looks like it.
And they could have hid them, but they didn't hide them. They made them a focal point by putting her hair behind her ears and a little crown. That's a fairy.
Yeah, could be. But yeah, definitely looking forward to next week's episode. It should be very interesting. The finale, they usually always bring it when it comes to the finale. That is one thing that I can always say about From. The finales haven't ever really been like super disappointing ever. And I'm hoping that this one is going to be right along those same lines. Hearing some of these things from Matt Likely, some of these things from Harold Perrineau, how they're really kind of hyping this episode up, making it sound like there's something really, really big coming. So we'll see. I guess we'll see what the ultimate payoff of that is going to be. How much are they going to give us this season? How much are they going to hold off for season 5? I hope that by the time the finale is over, that we at the very least have a much better grasp as to what's going on here heading into the final season. So hopefully some interesting plot progression we're going to get in this finale. But yeah, that is going to do it for us tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I want to give a big thank you to all of you for hanging out with us on this fine, what was a Saturday night, which is now a Sunday morning. Of course, big thank you to Ravener as well for hosting the watch party in the Discord. Very much appreciate that, my friend. And to my awesome, lovely co-host, PM Philosophy. If you guys have not subbed to her channel yet, get in there, give her a sub. The link to it is in the description of this stream below. And as PM said, let us know your thoughts. Let us know your theories. Let us know everything you guys are thinking in the comment section. And on our next part 2 breakdown, we will take a look at what you guys were saying.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Jeremy, that is the fairy from the Lake of Tears.
It might be.
This is the fairy we're looking for. The photo is going to come in handy because we're going to take the photo and look for this fairy. She's out there somewhere, and that is Jolie.
Yeah.
I feel like this just kind of like made my day. There's fairies. We have been talking, dude. You're laughing, but I'm saying
I'm just laughing
Ethan
at the
told us
absurdity of it
we
because
have
it
to
looks like,
find the fairies.
I mean, she looks like she got fairy ears, and there's no denying that. These are some fairy ears
And
right
fairy
here.
eyes. Look at those eyes.
And
Those are
fairy
fairy
eyes.
eyes.
She might be a fairy.
Okay.
This might be the
We're
fairies from
going
the Secret
whimsical.
Lake
We're
of Tears.
going full on whimsical and I love
Oh,
it.
you know what was
They
interesting?
have been telling us, Fairy Lake of Tears. They have been saying
Well,
it. But what was interesting?
you might even be onto something, because the way Ethan describes them, he doesn't just say fairies. He says the secret fairies are coming from the Lake of Tears. Secret fairies. Could secret fairies mean fairies that are pretending to be human, like this person here? He doesn't just say fairies. He says the secret fairies are coming from the Lake of Tears. So you might be onto something, PM. Maybe this is a secret fairy.
If he says secret fairy,
he does.
This entity in yellow is pretending to be dead people and from. Maybe if he is this entity, this magical entity,
could this be
then
the
there's fairies too, dude. There's fairies too that pretend to be regular people too. He pretends to be regular people. The fairies have to hide from him and pretend that they're regular people. She's not hiding her ears very well, but they're amongst. They're amongst. Maybe they're helpers, right? They're helpers. He kills, they restore. He kills, they restore. But you have to find. You have to find the fairies.
Yeah.
That is Julie. Yes, that is Julie. She's finally doing something. And she's talking to Sophia, because look at the way Sophia is turning towards Julie.
Turning towards her almost.
Julie is looking straight at Sophia, almost like she called her, and she's like, what? Yeah,
PM spotted this earlier during the stream, and yeah, I mean, I know we're in agreement. I think it seems like some people in the chat are as well. It looks like it's Julie. I mean, I think it's Julie too. So yeah, it looks like she's going to be returning to her storyline, which we had a feeling would happen at some point. I mean, she still hasn't even gone back to actually seeing Jim get killed yet, or at least not this version of Julie has. So yeah, that very much does look like that is Julie in the background there. So it looks like she'll story walk to this point at some point.
Yeah. I also like that Elgin says the girl in the background. His finger is right pointing at Julie, the girl in the background. I mean, it's there.
Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, as my Kung Fu One brings out, who's taking the picture is another question as well. Who's snapping the photo? But yeah, I definitely think it's Julie. And again, great spot from PM spotting that. Love it.
Yeah, I think these are the fairies we're looking for. So there's also a picture that's really interesting about this same guy with the afro and a car. Could he be a fairy too?
Maybe. Are they both secret fairies?
Maybe. Are they both secret fairies?
Maybe. Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, we'll take a look at it more on Monday. But while we do that, I think it's the Lake of Tears fairies. Can you tell me, if it is the Lake of Tears fairies, where are they? Where do they live? Where do we find them?
Oh yeah, where they've been hiding this whole time. And is that maybe the ultimate goal? Maybe finding this Lake of Tears is an actual place they need to find, and not just a metaphor for something they need to find. I don't know, but I guess we will find out. But yeah, it's getting interesting now. I feel like this was a fun episode. I feel like they gave us some really good information, things to chew on, things to dissect. Definitely need to watch the episode another once or twice to really kind of dive in and pick up on anything that we might have missed. Like these, like the little things like Julie in the corner and stuff like that. We always find interesting things on the second and third watch, I've found. But yeah, awesome stuff, ladies and gents. I feel like we had a really great breakdown session for this one. And I cannot wait for part 2 as we continue to dive into episode 9 and give our final predictions for the finale.
Very exciting. This is very exciting. The fairies have made my day. I was a little down on that, Clara. I was like, girl, I wanted you to be sweet and nice and helpful. But it's very interesting. Very interesting.
It is very interesting, and I am looking forward to see where this finale is going to take us. What craziness are we going to get, and where are we ultimately going to be left? What ordeal are our characters going to have to go through? And yes, we did give our scores for the episode a little bit earlier, just before a few minutes ago. I gave this episode an 8.25. I was going to give it an 8, but I gave it an extra 0.25 just for the sheer comedic aspect of some of the scenes, like the burger scene, the cheese scene, and stuff like that. So I had to give it an extra 0.25 for some of the comedic levity we got in the scene in this episode. So for me, I gave it an 8.25. PM, your score was?
You know what? It was 7, but I am upping that score because of the fairy from the Lake of Tears. It is now 8.5. 8.5.
Wow.
And yeah, the hamburger gets a 10 and the wig gets a 10. Of course. But I love that. That's iconic, that line. Here, I brought you cheese from home. Just like you like it. Provolone.
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 Good stuff, guys. Good stuff. All right, but that is going to do it for us tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to go get some rest, and I'm going to wake up and dive into my episode 9 breakdown, excuse me. And then, yes, PM and I will be back Monday night for part 2 of our episode 9 breakdown. And of course, for all of you House of the Dragon fans that are going to be watching House of the Dragon tomorrow night, I will be doing an episode 1 preview stream and a pregame show leading right into episode 1 of House of the Dragon. And tomorrow night, I will also have the episode 10 trailer for From up on the channel as well. The trailer plays just after the episode airs on the actual MGM TV channel at 9 p.m. Eastern. So a little after 10 p.m. Eastern tomorrow night, I should have the episode 10 trailer up on the channel so you guys can check it out there. And hopefully some of you come and join us for the House of the Dragon season 3 premiere. Excuse me. I am looking forward to seeing what the season is going to bring us. But yeah, there we go, folks. Great weekend of television so far. We are From episode 9 in the books, House of the Dragon tomorrow, and then next weekend we're going to do it all over again. But yeah. Big thank you to each and every one of you. Huge thank you to Ravener for hosting the watch party and PM for helping me with these awesome shows. And each and every one of you for just being so freaking awesome. All the support you guys have shown us. We cannot thank you enough. And we will see each and every one of you on the next one. Cheers.
Okay, ding dongs. If you don't subscribe to Jeremy Ice and Fire, you're going to spend the night in the box.
Aren't Cooey